One last one, yep.
Have you ever looked at like aspiration, like maybe like the total area that you are below the 50th percentile curve or something to see like, you could imagine someone being like, I have no chance at this thing, and then mounting a comeback somehow?
That's an interesting idea, and we have not looked at that, but some other things that we've looked at are sort of win probability whipsaws, looking at a player whose win probability is very high, then it goes way down because they bogey, but yet they overcome that and then come back up. So we're looking at these win probability whipsaws. We're also looking at measuring drama in events. So which one has the most excitement or the most uncertainty about who's going to win for the longest time. So you can do a lot more with this win probability analysis. Area under the curve is one that I hadn't thought of, but looking at drama and looking at whipsaws and also looking at collapses are others. So we look at both comebacks and collapses, and the equivalent here, surges and stumbles. So we have a lot of other things that we can do, but in the time, this was all I had time to present. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for joining us at the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks, brought to you by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Matt Kilby, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to bring to you our presentation, How Cricket Innovates at 100 Miles Per Hour, brought to you by OutSystems. When you're asking questions following the Competitive Advantage talk, please wait until you get the microphone to ask your question. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Damian Smith, Head of IT, England and Wales Cricket Board, to the stage.
Thanks very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm Damien Smith, Head of Information Technology at the England and Wales Cricket Board. I'm going to talk to you today a bit about how we're solving a couple of problems. I'm going to define my terms, how we're solving what I'm going to call the analytics problem, and the other thing that we're solving is the IT problem, and that is how we go about delivering performance analytics and all technology to the world of cricket. We use 4 key technologies that I'm going to talk about. We're using cloud, big data, low-code apps, and artificial intelligence and machine learning. And we knit all of those things together to deliver incredibly quickly. So, are there any cricket fans in, so I can gauge my audience? There are some. Oh, that's more than I thought, right? And are there any cricket phobes or people who just don't know what cricket is or just don't? Okay, I'll pitch appropriately then. Okay, so the England and Wales Cricket Board is the national governing body for cricket. So I guess it's a bit like Major League Baseball.
Gosh, the Legacy Foundation. I'm a behavioral neuroscientist. I'm a co-founder of the Boston University CTE Center, where we've been studying the brains of NFL players and other athletes and military veterans exposed to trauma. We're learning about this disease, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. And you may look at this title and wonder, does the NFL really even need saving? We've talked about CT. People have predicted the doom of football, and that hasn't happened. Football is as strong as ever right now. But the reality is we haven't really seen all the data yet. And the new data that we've been seeing, I think, forces us to confront the issue of whether or not we really need to change this game once we realize how bad it's been for the brains of football players. And I say that as somebody who played myself. I played at Harvard. I'm actually, after watching that last talk, I'm very glad I stopped 20 years ago so people couldn't analyze me like they do today. Some pretty interesting stuff. But so let's jump into it. We're going to talk about CTE. So CTE is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that can only be confirmed post-mortem. It looks like this. You see these CTE lesions around blood vessels in the depths of the sulcus. This is basically part of the brain, a protein in the brain called tau protein that's a normal structural element of the brain that through some process inspired by trauma begins to break down. And it breaks down around blood vessels at the depths of the sulci. We believe just as caused by physics injuries. Stretching of brain tissue can cause this degeneration. We're talking about it now because it was widely ignored by the medical community. We knew about it as punch drunk. As early as 1928, it was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, but we weren't looking at brains to really understand what it was. So there are only 42 brains analyzed and published in the literature that had CT prior to 2005. So there wasn't much that we could learn. And if those of you who follow this closely, we actually, who do this all the time, we recognize these brains, we know who they are. This one is actually Aaron Hernandez. He died at 27, started playing football very young, stopped playing football at 24. Already had what we could define as stage 3 disease out of 4. So a shocking level of disease in someone so young. So you've also heard there's a debate about whether CT is real, whether it's caused by trauma, caused by football. I would argue that debate has been over for a long time. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, our national public health body, put out the first fact sheet in 2018. They said the research to date suggests CT is caused in part by repeated traumatic brain injuries, including concussions, and repeated subconcussive head impacts. It's important to realize, they say, is caused in part by, because we haven't figured out all the details. And when we talk about whether there's cause and effect, a lot of people like to focus on, well, we haven't figured out genetics, we haven't figured out the number and the types of head impacts. And I would argue for the conversation we're having today, that stuff is irrelevant. It's sort of figuring out exactly how many cigarettes it's going to take you to get lung cancer. It's going to be different for everybody, and it's going to take us a lot of time, energy, data, and supercomputing to actually figure that out. But right now, we just know you get hit in the head, you get this, you could get this. And if you don't get hit in the head, you don't. What caught everyone's attention a couple years ago was we published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that 110 of the first 111 NFL brains that we studied had CTE. On the one side, there was a lot of alarmism because 99% is a big number, but we tried to frame it as this is out of our sample. This is a small sample of NFL players who died during this period. So it doesn't mean 99% of NFL players have this, but finding it in 110 out of 111 is concerning to us because it shouldn't be that easy to find. And then the other half said, ignore it because it's so biased it doesn't mean anything. Well, the reality is it means something. And it's premised by this idea that we just don't see this in normal people. Right? Our brain bank is in the same building as the Framingham Heart Study. We work with the same researchers. For those not from here, it's a town just outside of Boston. It's been followed for 3 generations. Hundreds of their brains have now been donated to Boston University. We have all their medical records for their whole life. We know the sports they played. They don't get this. This is not in the normal population who is not exposed to brain trauma. So when we took that 110 of 111, people have now tried to figure out what does that really mean? Can we estimate overall prevalence of CT in NFL players? And one publication from 2 epidemiologists was very interesting in trying to predict what it could be, because the reality is we just don't know. And what they noted is that in those 111 cases, that happened to be 110, 9.6% of NFL players who died during our study period. So we were collecting brains from 2008 to 2015. We got 110 with CTE, and 1,142 NFL players died during that period of time. So the minimum prevalence in that group is 9.6%. How could we look at that and understand what it really could be? And so we're going to go back to this curve they created and trying to predict making some assumptions, what could that prevalence be? So to estimate the prevalence, the authors did simple but really insightful math. They created a number of scenarios to help us understand it. One would be, let's assume that we got 100% of the CT brains in the NFL population and that the prevalence is only 10%. In that scenario, 100% of families with a loved one with CTE chose to donate, and then only 1 out of 1,032 families who did not have CTE chose to donate, right? We'll call them non-cases. So the prevalence would be only 10%, but you have to start to wrap your head around this idea that non-cases knew they were non-cases, and that the cases who had it were 1,000 times more likely to donate. Now let me add a little perspective to that. Doctors cannot confirm CT during life, as I mentioned. So if doctors can't diagnose CT, how are family members with no medical training right 99% of the time, right? That's sort of impossible. And to give context to that, the best Alzheimer's disease researchers in the world are only accurate maybe 80% of the time on a good day in diagnosing a disease that we've been studying for far longer around the world. And still in life, when you're told your grandmother has Alzheimer's disease, they're only right 80% of the time. And also layer on the idea that I've been the person calling families to get these brains, and especially at the beginning, and I did not reach dozens of families who had football players die of dementia during this time. And 100% of the brains of demented NFL players we've had have had CTE. So it's probably not just 10%. Well, how do we look at what it could be? So think of another scenario they put in there. Let's imagine families caught 20% of the cases. That means 110 really was 110 out of 550 who had CTE, and only 1 out of the 592 non-cases donated. Maybe a little more realistic. So in this scenario, the prevalence would be nearly 50%. But the curveball here is that in the scenario still, the CT-positive families would be 118 times more likely to donate than the non-CT families, right? We know there's got to be noise here. We know the families weren't right all the time. And I think so that this is something to think closely about. If CT families were 118 times more likely to donate, which is probably not true, the prevalence must be at least 50%. I'm the person who's talked to most of these families. It wasn't whether or not they thought, but they donated not because they thought their loved one had CT. They donated because I called. They donated because they believed in science and somebody in the family was a doctor. They donated for a million different reasons, but it was never just because they thought the person had CTE or didn't. And a lot of those families were actually donating saying, I want them to be a control. They never had concussions. I didn't notice any big symptoms. I wanted them to be a control, but they still had it. And so I think if you look at this data with a critical eye, it is very unlikely that the NFL CT prevalence is under 50%, right? If you just look at that 118 number, right, let's say we caught 20% of those cases. That means the minimum prevalence is 50%, but we're probably dealing with this little square here. It's probably my pointer's not strong enough. Yeah, there, sorry. We're probably dealing with that area there. So let's imagine that's reality. What does it mean for football if 50% of the NFL players, the players who watch on TV, have it? And I think it means a few different things. It's a risk for the game of football, right? It's a risk that we will enjoy watching it, knowing that half the players in the field are living with a degenerative brain disease already caused by their entertainment they're giving us. It might mean that people don't put their children in football anymore, thinking that, well, if they succeed, this disease might be better than 50-50 odds. So the reality is the game really needs to change, right? And so we're trying to push, how do we change this game so we don't continue to create this disease? Now, it's been a fight to do this. And part of the reason it's been a fight is that the NFL has been very slow to buy into this CTE football connection. Only a couple years ago, Jerry Jones, after that 110 and 111 study came out, said it's absurd to say there's a relationship between CTE and playing football. He went on to say there's no data in any way that creates a knowledge. There's no way that you could have a comment that there is association and some type of assertion. I will add that Jerry Jones is a football guy, right? He was on the University of Arkansas in 1964, undefeated team. So it might be hard to believe this, right? But I will tell you, we already diagnosed 2 of his teammates from that team with CTE who've passed away. And because the NFL hasn't been willing to buy into the CTE football connection, the changes they've made to the game, which are good, have primarily been focused on concussions. And what we've learned is that your risk of developing CTE is not defined by the number of concussions you have, but other factors and these subconcussive impacts. So we know about concussion.
Package solution that does this. But of course, you're at the bleeding edge of your field. So there is no package solution that does this. So we have to compromise. We either buy something that does 50% of what you want to do, or we buy something that does what you want it to do, but in a different industry, and we kind of have to abuse that functionality and crowbar it into what it is that you're doing. And then what we do is we build that. It takes us so long to do the requirements, so long to do the design, so long to do development, and then 18 months later to 2 years, we roll out the system going, is that what you wanted? And of course, the world's moved on then, you've lost patience with the whole process of engaging IT. That's the waterfall approach. How do we solve this? At the ECB, we solve this using an innovation life cycle. So instead of building big systems, we funnel all of the ideas that you might have. And then we say, right, what's the next idea off the rank? And we say, how can we prove in a very short space of time whether this is going to be a good idea? So we build something, hopefully in about a week. So in this example, it would be building an app, but it might not necessarily be a technical thing, but any kind of innovation, how can we put some parameters around it to prove whether or not this is a good idea or a bad idea? And we very rarely, after that week, have a bad idea. We don't sort of say, here's a bad idea, we'll never talk of it again, and then just get rid of it. We tend to park it because we all know there's no such thing as a bad idea, is there? It's usually because the technology isn't up to it or the organization's not up to it. So we have examples of this. We've been trying machine learning for video analysis for a number of years now, and it hasn't really worked, hasn't been up to it. The models haven't been sophisticated enough, granularity hasn't been good enough. But actually now, last 12, 18 months, we've made massive strides. So we've been able to revisit it, and every time there's an improvement in the technology. If after a week you've proved that it's a good idea, then you can very quickly scale it. So if it's an app, we can put it on the App Store, or we can push it to everybody's devices if it's for internal consumption. We can very quickly scale it. So from a minimum viable product and then iteratively grow it. So I've got a couple of case studies for this. The first one is about fast bowler biomechanics. I've got a very short video. It's important to note that this video was made a few years ago, and while it's nice and says these are all the wonderful things that we do at the National Cricket Performance Centre, there are also a couple of issues with it, which I'll talk about afterwards.
We're at the National Cricket Performance Centre at Loughborough, and we're doing our annual Vicon testing, which is the gold star analysis sequence that we do with all of our up-and-coming young fast bowlers through the pathway, and also England Lions pace programme.
The collections today are based on young players that we believe may have a future in an England pathway, and trying to get them at an early stage and then track their development through.
From a coaching perspective, we're trying to make them bowl faster, or help them to bowl faster, and to have more craft.
With trying to provide player-specific coaching programs from the research we do, then it will take them certain players that get access to it to the next level. We use a motion analysis system. It's a system which enables us to track 3D markers.
It's allowed us to look at what fast bowlers look like. And one thing we have found is that there is a shape, but it's very individual. And now we're using that technology to build a model which allows us to put the individual on it and find out what they're capable of. Now that's really exciting, because if you think of coaching, we look at someone, sort of make an assessment, and then we try and work out where they can get to. And that's great, and through experience we're getting better at that, but there's nothing more effective than saying this is what they're capable of based on facts.
You give myself some feedback on how my body's working when I'm bowling, where it works best and things like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it comes out.
We're looking at lots of different things, so how hard they hit the floor, which is quite important when you're bowling them for an awful lot of overs. We look at their actions to make sure they're safe.
We can screen to look at predictors of stress fractures. So some research has shown that a counter movement can be the lead to it. Some research has shown that a large amount of side flexion with a large force.
But we're also looking for the pace indicators. Have they got those characteristics of fast bowlers, and can we see them develop?
We have some characteristics we look for, so a faster run up, a straight front leg ball release, a large amount of trunk flexion, and a delayed bowling arm. And so we screen our players now looking for these characteristics.
This type of training is definitely beneficial because obviously you get feedback from it, and then go from there. You can tweak the slightest things to help you improve.
That's the beauty of all this technology. It gives us a good picture of where the bowler's at, and then can we work out a development program to get them better and better and better.
So that was the head of fast bowling, former head of fast bowling, Kevin Shine, or Shiny. I don't know if this happens in the States, but everybody's got a nickname. So that was Shiny and Feltsy. And they had a couple of challenges. The main problem here that you saw was that this is the annual Vicon testing. So we get the players once, if we're lucky, twice a year. They get all enthused about what they're capable of, all of this technology. And then what happens is they go back to their clubs, they go back to their teams, and they lose touch with our National Cricket Performance Centre. And worse than that, we get this difficult ongoing dialogue because they're not now within our kind of control, or they're not near us, within our proximity to talk with us. And there's also an element of what we do at the National Cricket Performance Centre is seen as a bit lofty, a bit remote, rocket science in this kind of ivory tower of the National Cricket Performance Centre. So Shiny's idea, so Shiny came to me and said, Damo, because of course that's my nickname, Damo, I've got an idea, can we put all of this in an app that we can share with players and coaches and do this year round so that we have this ongoing dialogue with people. We can then create development plans with them. We can then share all of the insight that we know on these occasions, and we can also just plan and improve these bowlers. And then I guess we can get increasing engagement and understanding of what it is that we're doing with the leading edge research that we do. So we did. After a week, we were able to produce this app. This is the first minimum viable product that we produced. It looks a lot different to this now, and I'm happy to show people over the next couple of days, if you want to come and find me, what it looks like now. But basically, list of all of the fast bowlers on the PACE program, and then I can click into one. So here's Tom Helm. I can get some high-level details about what he's doing, and I can drill into individual performances. But crucially, there's this dashboard which has a number of KPIs about things that they were looking for. So you heard Feltsy talking there about chunk flexion and things like that, and you heard Shiny talking about pace. And then we've got different models which, if you go into them, then what we're looking at here is a machine learning generated model of somebody with Tom Helm's physique and what it optimally looks like, taking into account all of the musculature and the biomechanics of the skeleton, to bowl injury-free and at maximum pace. So there's a couple of things you heard Feltsy talk about here. This is where I pretend to be a biomechanist, but on the front leg that is delivering, apparently it needs to be straight. I think it looks horrific. It's almost kind of hyperextending, but apparently that's very good because that means that all of the pace generated in the run-up goes into the ball that's delivered. It also means that all of the strain goes through the bone and not the soft tissue, so you're less prone to those kind of injuries. So then we can look at how Tom Helm does. So this is him, and we can say, right, what's his front leg doing? Is it straight? It's okay, it's not kind of hyperextending, so, I don't know. That's where the art meets the science, because then that's where the fast bowling coaches work out how to make these tiny tweaks so that they don't ruin the action and then get them forgetting everything, but just change bit by bit what they're doing. So the other thing that this platform can do is enable people to share video. So on here, we've got Kitty Stewart, who is a performance analyst, has uploaded a number of videos that show Tom Helm bowling at his best, or how they want him to in practice. So he's always got those as reference things. And then I guess the players can then upload their own video, and the coaches can from their net sessions, from their practice sessions, and then say, what do you think of this? He started falling over, or he started moving like this. Is that okay? And then they've got this all year-round engagement with us. So the project builds better athletes. One of the people that you saw in that clip from a few years ago was Sam Curran, who's now a regular in the England team. And we have this nice kind of pathway coming through of players that are playing. We have fewer injuries. We have lower costs, not only because of the fewer injuries, but also because of the time taken to market for a piece of IT. We get it in really quickly. It doesn't cost us that much money. And then we have better engagement with the research. I think I've got just enough time to do one more case study. A couple of observations there. Everybody wants an app after that. So people, head of spin bowling wants an app, but then you have to say, right, well, why? And well, I don't know, I just want an app and it looks nice. We have to be ruthless about the justification for it. Adherence to the process is everything. Sometimes we go for a week and we say, well, it's nearly proving what we want. Let's run it for another week. And then let's run it for another week. After 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we go, no, we've got to kill it, park it for a bit. There's plenty of other ideas to work on, so we'll do those. And then it's very easy to do with a room full of people like you who are growth mindset, incredibly keen to leave no stone unturned. Other parts of our organisation generously are a bit like the civil service and want to engage with IT in traditional ways. But we now have this growing portfolio of delivery to say this is the best way to deliver IT projects. One quick last piece that I'll cover. I've got about a minute left. There's a challenge in every sport, which is that getting players from professional game to an international standard, not everybody makes it. And there's lots of hypotheses for why this may be. It might be psychological, it might be to do with the stress and the environment and things like that, but there are other contributing factors, which it may be that you're just very good at professional cricket, but not good at international cricket because you're achieving all of your batting runs or your bowling wickets against pretty mediocre opposition. So if we could somehow weed out all of the non-international quality deliveries and look at your stats based on international quality delivery, then we would have a really good idea of how good you are and whether or not you're going to make it. So what you're looking at here is a mobile system that uses a couple of devices. It's a bit dark in here, but basically there are two umpire positions on a game of cricket. There's one viewed from here with a device on this particular umpire, and then there's another one who stands behind the stumps. This is the same delivery. And then what's happening here is they've both got a device which is capturing the ball, and then in the spirit of that diagram I showed you, that goes straight up into the data lake. We use some clever artificial intelligence tools which then track what would have happened to that ball and then send it back down to the device. And I'm not sure if you can see here, what that's saying is that it tells you exactly where the ball pitched or bounced. It tells you exactly how fast it went at 77.9 miles an hour. It tells you how much it moved in the air, and it tells you how much it moved off the ground. And all that's happening there is that information is going up to the cloud and then coming back down to a low-code app. This has been built using all of the technology that we've said so far, but the crucial thing is that the device on those umpires is a mobile phone. So we built this for professional cricket, and actually everybody's got a mobile phone, so we might just have built something incredible for the recreational game, because now I can do this on a beach, I can do this in a car park, on a patch of land, and I've got this kind of high-level analytics. So what this means is we've proved all the technology here in this innovation life cycle. We've now got to work out all of the other subtle things about that, like, are the umpires holding the stuff in the right place? Have we got batteries that last long enough for a game of cricket? Have we got coverage to send this stuff up to the cloud? But they're all surmountable problems, so we will get there. And it's all part of this innovation life cycle. And crucially, the lesson that we've learned is that when you start off with one of these ideas, you don't always know where you'll end up. So we've started off here thinking we're going to solve something for professional cricket. We now find that we might have something incredible for grassroots cricket. And we have this nice trickle feed from the elite game through to the recreational game all the time. And what this has led to is the Amazonification, I call it, of the ECB. I probably ought to call it the Googleification. There's kind of things about Googlies in cricket, and also we do it all on Google Cloud Platform. But what I mean is we're becoming more evidence-based, more data-driven, and we're getting more used to failing and scaling in everything that we do. I was going to give you a couple of examples, but I've run out of time. I'm happy to talk about these things afterwards, but I've got a couple of examples where that's happening not in technology, but just the rest of the organisation, in the way that we engage children and in the way that we create new formats of the game to engage new people. But otherwise, I'm very happy to talk about any or all of the aspects of cricket at any stage. I'm here for the next couple of days. Very happy to talk to all of you, but thank you for your attention. Do we have time for a couple of questions? One or two, I think. Yeah? Sure. Absolutely, yes. So the question was, do we do any analysis on the pitch type? Yes, we do. So all of that technology tells us the speed at which the ball hit the pitch, tells us the speed at which it left the pitch, all things like grass type, how many times you have to roll the pitch to get different kinds of surfaces to play on, and all of those things, because that's the big unknown in a cricket pitch, in a cricket match, is the quality of that pitch. Yeah.
Hey, about halfway through the presentation, you talked about some computer vision advances you guys made in the past 12 to 18 months.
Yeah.
Could you go into a little bit more detail about what these things were?
Yeah, certainly. So what we do is we take an entire day's play, which we then slice up into individual deliveries. Now, we used to have a human doing that, and we still do have a human doing that. Very often they would be a sports science and medicine undergraduate who wanted to get into Premier League football, tried to and failed, tried to get into Premiership rugby, failed, and now they find themselves at a 4-day rain-affected match in Derby after lunch, kind of falling asleep and then thinking just what happened. So now what we've done is repurpose some Google DeepMind models, which we kind of test for a number of different things, which if those things happen, then we can say, a delivery started a number of seconds earlier, and that's more accurate now than a human can code it. So the next things are just from video, without using kind of triangulation, we can tell.
Changes on MRI and atrophy than other diseases. PET scans, we're about to recruit for a second generation tau PET leg and blood tests. Spinal fluid looking for this abnormal tau. Neuropsych tests looking for different brain function than other neurodegenerative diseases. So we basically just have to do the work because no one had done it before. And publications will be coming that'll continue to refine what it is. Yes? So we don't have anything that'll stop the disease from progressing, but that's like every other neurodegenerative disease. So what we tell people, and we have a huge program focused on, CT is not a death sentence. You don't have to, you're not going to commit suicide. You can get help for your symptoms, right? We're not trying to, we try to be real about it. We're talking about prevention because it can be horrible. But we also, if you think you have it, we try to message, you can treat the symptoms, you can still live a good life with it. And so we're trying to help those families, but we don't have a lot of great concrete things you can do besides go to a doctor, treat the symptoms, and stay a part of life. There's one back there.
Yeah, great presentation. Is there capacity to present this to like public school boards maybe and to like get the message out that way, or is the primary goal currently to solidify the research to go for lobbying and take that route?
We're trying to do sort of global education on this, and we're doing the same conversations in Australia right now. We diagnosed our collaborators, the first Australian Football League players, and they have tackled really young there, and we're trying to say, do it older. Going school to school is very difficult. Very few people are willing to make this cultural change, and it would be just too slow for I got a team of 12. So we have supported bills in Massachusetts and New York and California and Illinois to have national or state conversations around should we ban it before 12. And we've gotten them out of committee. Like the scientists get it, but we're also dealing with the most profitable sport in the country and the most popular sport in the country. And the NFL can outspend us on this, and I didn't mention it, but the NFL's put $200 million into recruiting children to youth tackle football since 2000, right? So we're just sort of outgunned, and school board to school board is very difficult. There and then in the back. There was just a publication that came out last week that said banning three-point stance would help. And I actually missed that doctor's call who did that publication last night, but I need to talk to him. So we're going to start talking about how we retrain kids to play and how we retrain coaches to teach. Yep.
Thanks for the talk. You quote age 14 as sort of a magic number, but you said that you don't really have any data from anyone pretty much under the college age. So where does that number come from? So
we do have 50-some brains of people before that played just through high school, and we do have 20% or so, I think, that have CTE. The 14 age is both a football question and a public health question, but you come to that not through just science, but it's like choosing what age is the right age for people to start driving, right? It's a cultural question of risk-benefit. And what are the needs there? What's different about high school football, it is almost always regulated by the state. The coaches are almost always paid. The children are old enough to be able to speak up for themselves and have some way to say what's happening. Their brain is more developed. They have more myelin on their axons. But possibly the simplest way to understand it is, how old are we putting children into the weight room right now? Right? We're not putting kids into the weight room usually until high school. And what we're worried about is their joint development. Okay? So weightlifting, this is too traumatic for their joints to do it. And we're just trying to make the point that hitting them in the head is actually probably much worse for them before that age. And maybe that's what we shouldn't be doing. So, but we have an infographic at flagfootballu14.org that has 10 good reasons. But again, it's a cultural discussion. There's no magic number. Yes? What did you learn about the 1 out of 111 brains that didn't have it? He had a shorter career. We're not releasing the name, though, because there are a lot of people in that 110 who people know donated but don't know the results, and don't want to go public with who they were. So we can't release the specific data. I appreciate all the questions. I guess I got to stop eventually. So any last one? All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Hello? Hello and welcome to the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks, presented by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Ike Zhang. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it's my great privilege to present our next talk. The topic for our next talk is the relevant and the frequent engaging in meaningful conversations with soccer coaches. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Javier Fernandez, the head of sports analytics for FC Barcelona.
Thanks. See you. So I wonder what is soccer about? Or why do we associate words to this game, things such as complex game or unpredictable game or even beautiful game? The thing is that when we watch a football clip or any kind of game situation in soccer, I wonder how can we tell how different or similar is this to any other game any other situation of the game we can watch in a different game. Or basically, we're seeing passes and crosses and movements and shots. How can we tell what of those things are actually just frequent things that happen in the game, even which of those are random events on the game, and which of those are relevant? So that's exactly what a game analyst and a soccer coach are so experienced at doing. They have prior knowledge on the sports, on this sport, and are able to recognize with few data what is actually relevant and how to translate that to players, how to translate that to coaching and to training to actually make a difference in the game. But when it comes to data, we have seen that we can fall into committing several mistakes when we're just comparing data without watching the game or watching football footage. For example, I wanted to mention this study, or it's more or less of a not much a serious one, but it's interesting because of what it says. They start studying or comparing genes or groups of genes and proteins between human beings and animals and some other things. And they found out that just comparing the actual data, so chunks of that data, you and the person next to you are 99% similar, right? But probably you will think, no, I'm very different. I can spot the relevant things that make me different from that person. And they move further and then realize that just comparing that fraction of data, we are assumingly 90% similar to a cat. And then sounds strange because you will say, yeah, I'm not a cat. I mean, we can see lots of differences regarding humans and cats, but if you just see the data and compare that or that kind of data, it's basically more or less the same thing. Then they even went further and compared with a banana, which is a bit silly, but they found 60% similarity. So this is something that can happen to us if we're just looking at data and trying to find things that are frequent and similar, but maybe not useful for a practical term or practical sense. So what I will basically try to talk about is to provide some hints and tell a little bit of the story we have been following in the club in the last years at trying to create a data culture inside of the club and how we have moved forward towards doing that. And the first thing we found is so important to try to achieve and improve every day is speaking the same language. I'm going to focus on game analysts and data analysts and coaches, and basically to try to understand how can we communicate not in the same language in terms of Spanish, but actually to understand the game and translate the insights in the same way. So we realized that at the beginning, the first role which could work as a bridge to the coach and players was the game analyst. But at the moment, we didn't understand well what a game analyst did. So some hint, and this is the first thing, is that if you want to work for someone or provide information, valuable information to improve someone's work, you need to understand that work as much as possible. So what we first did was seeing that they were tagging lots of things when watching matches. They spent 5 to 6 hours tagging an incredible amount of things, basically to try to get data and then be able to filter the game quickly and then provide insights to the coach. So we started to do this manually. I mean, when I say we, the data analysts at the team started doing this manually to try to tag, to try to understand that work. And we found that it's a very complex work. And basically the most important thing is that you feel tempted every time after just seeing something happening 3, 4, or 5 times to spot that as a pattern and say that this team tends to do this. And this is very, very, very common. And actually what game analysts do is to try to do that, but using their prior knowledge to see if that can be actually relevant, right? So we understood we could start trying to create algorithms to detect those patterns automatically, but we couldn't do it without having knowledge of the game. So the main idea was, let's gather with game analysts every week. And we did that every week, 1 day for 2 years, just starting simply saying, okay, let's go to the first tag, first idea. For example, a recovery ball, right? Which is a simple concept, but it's not as simple for them because there's little things that change from the common idea of what is just a simple concept as a recovery ball. And then they basically provide the idea of what that was. We went and developed an algorithm to try to tag that automatically, came back with several video clips and showed to them. They will then spot when it was right and when it wasn't right. So that's more or less a common process. But the interesting thing is that we found out in time that they start understanding what they could ask to the data. Seeing event data and seeing tracking data, they start verbalizing or explaining their concepts, every time more complex ones, in terms of the data. Things such as a high pressure is this amount of players in the last quarter and this amount of players in the second quarter and at least one player behind that. They start knowing or getting that there's some limitations on that data, but that could also explain those football terms in a middle ground between football and what is possible to achieve with that data. So the good thing about that is that in that process, we were able to create lots of building blocks of contextual information that then we could use to start filtering and understanding the game better. Things such as that from the perspective of the club, we segment or we see the game in 2 fundamental phases according to who has the ball. According to how the opponent is positioned, we have different types of positioning blocks. According to how they press and the intensity of that press is also a contextual concept. And according to the current dynamic of the game, it also changes or has an impact on what is relevant in that moment. Things such as, are we right now in a positional attack or in a counter attack? So that provides building blocks to start talking and solving questions for them. But the important thing about this, let's say, automation process, in which we went from spending 5 to 6 hours manually tagging things, we can automatically tag that in 20 minutes. And what we earn with that is not just the automation per se, but actually winning time to be able to speak, more time to communicate, more time to think about questions, think about the next thing that could be important for them. And for people that has so few time, earning time is very important. But then we started to talk about, questions and things, and something happened, or we realized about something that I like to call the language of the solutions, or it's more about talking in the realm of solutions, right? And we want to take that towards the language of questions. So I'm going to explain this based on a case example of a concept that in Spanish is called rhythm. In English will be probably pace. I will use rhythm because I found it, better or no, more interesting. And the thing about rhythm, I'm going to go to the next one. That's right. Is what is rhythm, right? Can we play this? Right. If you see this football footage, they basically say we want to move the ball around quickly. Can you tell how fast or how slow is that rhythm, or is Is it a good rhythm? It's a bad rhythm? What is rhythm after all there? So many things going on, but actually, the reason why we can't answer if it's good or bad or up to what extent this is correct is because we actually don't know what are you trying to achieve with rhythm. So the language of solutions is the following. We ask them, what is rhythm? And one game analyst says, rhythm is passes per second or passes per minute, so passes per time. And you can measure rhythm with passes per second. And as a data analyst, you can feel very tempted when you hear things like that because you say, this is great because this is very simple to program. We can go there and then just find passes the mean passes per second, and we get that. So we actually did that, came with several videos, and then they start saying, yeah, in this case, the pace is fast, but it's not actually what we meant. In this case, it's slow, but good things are happening. Then you start realizing that passes per second is a solution for a problem. But what you actually want to know is the actual question, the actual problem you want to find out. So what happens when you see the same footage? Many things happen. For example, here, Griezmann is running to try to attract the defender. Junior could run there, but it's not doing that. Piqué has the ball and gets the attention of these two other players, moves them a little bit, and then a great space is created inside for De Jong and Vidal. That the ball goes to Messi, more attraction of these same players, and then with this run, Rakitic opens this huge space that both Busquets or De Jong are able to attack there. De Jong could run through the inside or just try to drag players there, and Junior still can do some interesting things in the left back here. But actually, the ball goes there, and it's Rakitic who goes back and gets this space. So it's many things going on, but when we try to understand things like this with them, we realize that what you try to achieve with the rhythm is actually creating positional advantages. To be able to be in places with the largest space as possible, with the highest value as possible, with the highest potential or estimated probability of scoring goals. I can explain this concept fully for terms of time, but we have a couple of papers in the poster section and a couple of members of our team, Sergio Llana and Pau Madrero, and also Fran Peralta has a couple of papers talking about things similar to creating space and to generating positional advantages, so you can talk with them more about that if you're interested about the subject. So we came to quantify the idea of, okay, how can we know if we have good or bad rhythm? And we analyzed, for example, build-ups and created a model that provide you the probability that a build-up will move forward to a progression phase or a creation phase, right? So you overcome successfully the build-up phase. So this is more or less the correlation between passes per second and the probability of progression, of overcoming the build-up. So it's basically not that good. I mean, it's okay. You can see that the fastest the mean pace is, you have some increase of the likelihood of going to progression, but there's lots of noise. There's no clear relationship on that. When you take a look at just positional advantages, then you see that the correlation is quite different. If you're able to create those advantages, then the likelihood of going to progression is definitely higher. We could use that model itself just to talk about the probabilities, but game analysts and coaches might find very useful to use signals, to use single variables that are highly correlated to what you want to measure, so you can talk about a single thing. It's really hard to talk about a model that has several features and then outputs a probability, but you can talk about positional advantages because it's something that can be trained, it's something that can be coached, it's something that can even be shown in videos. So that takes us, for this example, a little bit away from talking about the initial solution, passes per second, to understand what they actually wanted to do and to find a new signal, positional advantage, to actually achieve that. So this goes in a process where we're able to solve this question. But something that is going to happen, especially in a football club, is that probably you will have the tools to solve 85% of the question, but you won't have the time to do them in the time that is needed, right? You maybe have an interesting question on Monday, and you can have a solution, but then 7 days after, you have another Sunday match, and the question is not that important anymore, or the coach is not so much focused on that. That doesn't happen all the time. There are fundamental questions you want to solve, but more generally, if you want to actually provide a solution for something that matters to them at the moment, you need to be able to solve them as fast as possible. So the hint in this case, or the idea we thought it was going to be very, very useful, and it proved it was building a toolbox to be able to engage in that flow, in this continuous flow of solving questions as quickly as possible. So this is an example from the paper we presented last year. The EPB framework is just a part of the things we use as a framework. So what you see there basically are layers of generalizations of concepts that are important in soccer, but are not solving specifically any particular questions. Things such as, what's the expected value if I pass to any location on the field? Or how dangerous will it be if I lose the ball in any other certain location? Or a pitch control model to understand how we move in space. It's not a solution for the specific question, but different layers of information we could use as toolbox, as building blocks when we want to find a solution for the next question. But sometimes we go too far because we think things can be cool, but sometimes are not that useful. We start drawing this, for example, pitch control on top of the video, saying like, yeah, now they're going to have like an enhanced vision of what is going on the game. And the feedback of coaches was, it's cool, but I'm getting confused. Because there's already lots of information in a single soccer footage, and now you're showing me lots of colors, so it makes sense, but I cannot see things there. So we learned that in case of visuals, it proved to be more useful to focus on the specific problem you want to solve and only highlight what is relevant for the question you're talking about in that moment. So in this case, the context is we are in build-up phases. Piqué is having the ball, is actually carrying the ball, and we are highlighting the best possible passing options he has at every moment. In this case, we're just using these two parts of the model that are just saying what's the balance of risk and reward of these passes. And something you can do for sure is to criticize which players are being highlighted. And coaches might even say, yeah, I wouldn't highlight this one because we're not looking, for example, to progress through the inside against this opponent. We want to do a different thing. Or we need the young to come backward or to go forward. The important thing is not what you are highlighting in terms of numbers, but that just highlighting few things allows to focus the conversation. Then you start getting more interesting questions and engage the coaches into that flow. Just a little comment on basic stats, because now, I mean, we have overcome the time in which we start criticizing, shots and possession percentages and so on. But I want to go back on basic stats because basic stats can help you a lot to start those conversations you want to have. This happened some years ago, and we're basically actually talking about the space creation theme and some complex stuff that got everyone very confused. But then I saw this sheet of paper there with some bar chart. And then I asked for that to the game analyst and tells me, yeah, that's our number of shots in favor and number of shots against we have in every match. And this is very useful. So this has been criticized in time, like, oh yeah, this is not useful, why they use that. But actually, what this provides is an opportunity to talk about something that you might have in terms of data that might improve the information that they already find useful. So this provides a conversation, for example, or this led to a conversation on expected goals, estimating the probability of a goal, a shot to become a goal is, and basically we can say things such as, do you recall these matches where you have lots of shots but really not an increased goal chance, which is really, you can feel that it's really hard to score goals. And these other matches in which you just have 3 shots are very clear goal chances. So this is more or less what this kind of model is trying to measure. And you go to the next thing, that is EPV and so on. You can go step by step, commenting about the things you have and finding out if they find value or not in those things. So this is, for example, a plot in which every 2 minutes we basically summarize how much danger or how close we were to score goals and how much are we dominating the game. And interesting thing comes when you're able to click on one of those bars and watch the video. So you get into that communication flow. You say, basically, why is this bar so high? You can click there, watch the video, get feedback. And something that is going to happen if we don't validate with video that is so important is that it's so easy to make mistakes with the data. But when you show that in video, you're going to spot what is wrong very quickly. So it's very important to have that process, but the interesting thing is not what you're going to see in that particular video, in that moment, but that you're engaged in that conversation process. And the last thing I would like to cover is basically more or less of a statement, if you can call it that, is that real time is not the future of soccer analytics. And this has been said a lot. We're like obsessed with real time. Where are we getting to real time and technology and things? The future is teams, groups of teams, teams of people working together. And this is a little bit underwhelming because it doesn't sound that cool. But I would like to provide a couple of examples of how that looks. So this is more or less what happens to you when you're doing pre-match and post-match analysis. You're suffering a little bit, but basically it's a simulator of what could happen. If something goes wrong, you just drop off the machine and then, okay, you're gonna leave. But this is how real time could look like, right? So in this case, there's no time for doubting about the data or the stats or the concepts that you have. There's no time for, I don't like this guy as much, or we don't communicate well, or this might work, I'm not sure, let's try it, because you basically can fall there, and it looks beautiful, but you're probably gonna die if you do that. So we need teams that are cohesive and really know how to communicate in order to be able to solve or to reach that analysis in real time. The good thing is that the technology is there already, and it's being implemented, and it's going fast. So it's not going to be about, can we transfer video to the bench? It's not going to be about, can we get the actual tracking data and event data and the names of players? Is if we're spotting something like this left back is having issues, I mean, they're playing balls behind his back, and this happens frequently, and I communicate that to the game analyst, he needs to understand how well validated is that concept, and needs to time if he will or not communicate that to the coach. And the coach is not asking for more information because he's having a lot of pressures. He's asking for the right one, for something that can be insightful. So we need to work onto that cohesion so these kind of things can work properly. So basically what I want to say as a closing remarks is that we believe in the idea of one team, and what this means is that a data analyst needs to breathe football, needs to understand it better, or soccer, needs to understand it better, needs to know what is relevant in terms of the sports and in terms of your own club and your team. A game analyst is going to start understanding what they can ask to the data, and it's going to trust the data scientists as the people that can actually make that happen quickly. And the coach is going to start to understand that he can ask now several different questions. He can get like a more wide observation of what is possible, what is common, and what is not, and can trust this team to actually provide that information to them so we can make an impact in the game. Thank you. If you have any questions. If you have any questions, we have a couple of minutes. I know if, yeah, there, thanks.
So Barcelona has always tried to keep a same team playing style or the possession-based football. You cannot expect Barca to sit back and play a counter-attack instead. So even after the coaches being changed and the players come in and go out, how do you make sure if analytics has any role in making sure that you keep on to the philosophy that of a possession-based football or something like that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that will depend on the process you follow. I hate, or I don't like when in some part, I mean, some data scientists or data analysts in football say we need to educate coaches. I don't see an education process here. It's a learning together process, and it seems similar, but it's not the same thing. So in this case, in terms of your own game model, what you want to understand is it's going to be the same sport. It's just a different way of seeing what do we care about and how do we get there, right? So building that language is more or less about that. Is okay. How do we name these kind of things? For example, at the club we don't use war jargon, right? So you don't tackle and you don't fight and you don't think, you just try to change that. So only that change of jargon provides a bridge of communication, but then you can model that in terms of soccer, because in the end it's the same sport, but you just tailor that to the way we want to play and to enhance the things we want to achieve. Yeah. In there, I don't know. Oh, sorry.
What's the difference in communicating with Setien versus Valverde?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like to focus on particular people. Something that is true, and is going to happen in every club, is that the communication and the actual provision of insights is going to be dependent on people. It's not just the head coach, it's the whole team and the actual people you have at the club. So if you talk about a different club, you're going to have different people, and you will need to adapt and adjust the communication process to that. So basically, some coaches are more worried about some things, and some other coaches are more worried about others. The thing is that there's not a huge difference on the specifics you are worried about, but how can you be able to actually solve them or solve things for them in the right way. And some coaches will like video, and some coaches will like printed sheets of papers with stats. That will change with people, but I think the important thing is everyone is knowing that we believe in that process and is creating that data culture process.
So as part of the team construct that you're trying to build over here, if when you're trying to what are the outcomes that you've kind of achieved out of this, in the sense that have you tried to simulate that if your possession is higher, possession per minute is higher, then you're getting this outcome, and then you kind of change your team construct and you play against a team. Have you tried to simulate, and how do you kind of show the impact of doing these things in outcomes?
Sure. So the thing is that we don't only want to win games. Of course, we want to win games and win, titles. But we're very worried or very intensely all the time analyzing how much of our model is being put in practice, and are we getting close to that? And why is that? Because you're going to have new players. The competition is also changing, the sport is changing, so you need to adapt to that. So a lot of focus is on how do we quantify those things that we consider are part of the model, and then how is that evolving, and how can we also condition that to the different opponents, the moment on the season, the kind of mental pressure you might have. He wanted to make a question for a long time. I don't know if someone can bring the mic. I can see.
Hi.
Can you raise your hand? Sorry.
Okay. You spoke a bunch about conducting analysis with a specific problem in mind, and then being prepared to discuss and analyze a specific problem. So what are some of the specific problems that you have often had to work with a coach to solve?
Yeah, I mean, it can be simple things as just dominating the game in terms of having being very very close to the opponent box and just making the opponent not being there. It can be if you're focused on one player, is this player adapting correctly? So is he doing what we expect, or is he doing well the behavior or the things we know we can expect for that position within the club? Is things such as, can depend a little bit on the opponent as well. It's not something that we focus that much, but you might say to this opponent in particular, we can exploit these kind of things. That thing happened, or you have a game plan. Did the game plan actually materialized, or we didn't follow those kind of things, or we are changing the way we do a build-up. So little bit, is everyone doing what is requested to do now to modify that so we can go to progression phase the way we want to do it? Things like that are specific, but basically you need those building blocks to be able to solve it quickly. If you see it as independent questions, it will take a month to do them, and then maybe it's not valuable after that. He has a question for one time. If someone can bring a mic anytime, thank you. No, but not now. Please, afterwards.
So I just have one question. So, like the data analytics team at Barcelona, do you guys do any kind of analysis before a coach is hired or fired?
Regarding,
like,
what's that? The last
yeah,
part?
like, do you guys have a say? Like, do you guys make any decision regarding this, whether a particular coach does it fits well at Barcelona?
Yeah, so the bottom line of that's something that is being said pretty oftenly when it comes to sports analytics in general. How percentage of impact does this have? The good question is, how do you even measure that, right? For many things. You can even have a readapter being close to a player, improving his mental concentration because he's good friends and says good things. How do you even measure that? The short answer is there is an impact, and it depends from the people taking that impact, and there's time to communicate things. And sometimes you might say, this is going to happen, this is not good for this player we have, and they choose not to communicate that. So even not communicating things is a way of improving, because you're going to scare the player or because many reasons. So yeah.
So I just wanted to talk about, football is a very continuous game, and context is very important when it comes to analyzing the data and figuring out in what perspective are we going to exploit the data. So how do you see the analytics in professional football working towards breaking down the opponent tactics, and how do you see them breaking down the areas and how to create off-the-ball advantage to exploit the spaces and to create value, which helps a team score goals and exploit the general defensive lapses in oppositions? And how do you see, in analytics, how do you see the perspective of that growing?
So about these several things, you mentioned these particular concepts. The question is how this can do what?
So how do you see analytics play a role in breaking down the off-the-ball advantage, breaking down the lapses in the defenses, the holes, the spaces to exploit?
I mean, the first thing is that in a competition, you have players changing all the time, and you have new players coming. So you might have a good idea of how some players behave, but for example, in case of the opponent, you can analyze that and say, okay, have you noticed this player does this kind of thing? So you can modify a little bit certain behaviors to get there, but the most interesting thing is that if you get to actually quantify those concepts, you can go to academy and the B team and the youth teams where you have players in development, right? Players that are going to do from the 6 things you want them to do, they're going to do 3 very well and 1 more or less, and so on. So they have lots of room to improvement. So you can bring examples either from the first team or from their own games, and then have a more visual, a more modern way of saying, again, this is what is happening, and actually quantify that in time to see if you see some progression. Because in top players, it's going to be very hard to see that actual jumps in progressions, because they're all already developed, and you have little changes there. But in youth players, you might be able to see that. So if you quantify that and it's part of your model and you bring it back, then they can have a closer way of doing that. And the most important thing is, a game analyst, a coach can at least find the clips very quickly and communicate that to the player and say, this is where it's happening and where it's not happening. So you can focus now on every player and not certain groups of players because you don't have time to generate everything you need. Yeah. Thank you. I can see you here, but I guess no more questions?
How do you all integrate the insights? Hello?
Okay, sorry. Last question, he told
Yes,
me.
sir.
Yeah.
How do you all integrate the insights at the sort of top level with, say, the player's fitness level as well as their skill progression at the youth level and going forward in terms of players like being promoted across the youth teams and into the first team?
Yeah, so the thing is, I don't like much the idea of very high level stats quantifying things. Like this is the rating of the player, right? Or this is a skill he has now. There's so many different parts of what a player is that it's not that simple to just quantify that and name a player as a number. And the second thing is that in terms of the data we only have a picture of reality, right? You might have tracking data to tell you things about tactical with event data. You might have physical information to say things about the physical ones. But then you have a mental one, an emotional in terms of association with players. You have several other factors that we're not even starting to have the data to bring together. So what we do now is to bring together as much data as possible, or as many different sources as possible, because it does have an impact. And a specific example of that is if you merge physical data with tactical data, now you can shift the conversation of travel distance, which the media talks a lot about that, but doesn't provide much. But then you can at least classify that or structure that in terms of the context. So now you can start analyzing how the player is having that physical performance in case or condition it to the actual context, right? So what that provides is a new path of analysis and research. So no one is really clear what actually measures performance in those terms, but we're basically trying to merge that together and to have as much as possible to, to provide something to the player to develop him or to make it better, like a better fit for the game plan. Yeah. Thank you very much. Bye. Thanks. Bye. Oh, hi.
Hi there, we're going to go on right to our next competitive advantage talk. So once again, welcome to the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, Competitive Advantage Talks presented by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Ike Zhang, and I am the first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next talk, which is Open for Business. How an open distribution ticketing network has transformed the way NFL operates. And this is brought to you by Kraft Analytics Group. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Kristen Mackey, the Director of Strategy for the NFL. Thank you.
My clicker.
I'm going to get your clicker.
Okay. Are you sure it's on? Okay. 1 second. I know. I need that. Whew. Where did who just go? I think he went to go get a clicker. I don't know what happened to the clicker. I mean, I guess it's a blessing in disguise that I'm not trying to present over all these people leaving. Oh, there he is. There we go. Okay. What? Is that it?
Yeah. This is
Okay.
it, yeah.
Hey.
you want me to, are you gonna? Just ignore everything she just said.
Thank you, everyone, for following in. Thank you.
All right, morning everyone. I'm Kristen Mackey from the NFL's Club Business Development, and today we're going to talk a bit about open distribution. So for those not familiar with the idea of open distribution, it's kind of the idea, the concept that a team, an artist, anybody producing a live event can sell their primary, their authentic, their verified tickets on a platform aside from their primary ticketing provider. So I'll introduce that, then we'll talk about the integrated ticketing platform that we built with Kager. I'm going to have Cody Williams from the Baltimore Ravens come up and tell us about some of the really cool things that they've been doing in Baltimore. And then I'll talk a little bit about what's next for our platform. Just a little bit of background here. As I'm sure a lot of you guys know, there's more entertainment options than ever before competing for our fans' attention. So from other sports leagues, from the feeds that you have in your pocket, immersive experiences, and just any sort of entertainment source that you can get from sitting on your couch at home. So this kind of trend of having more choices than ever before, along with the broader entertainment trend of cord cutting, where you have 500 channels, but you only want to pay for those 24 that you actually watch, has really fed into the way that people consume live entertainment now. So when you think about sports in the NFL, what that really means is sorry, can you guys hear me? I feel like it's cutting out. Stand at the podium? Oh. All right. Turn this off. All right, so you really no longer need to buy a season ticket to go to any game that you want. About 10 years ago, the old world kind of looked like this. That season ticket was your only way in. You could really only buy that from the team. The secondary market didn't really scale. It was very mom and pop, very regional, very walking around the stadium. You guys need a ticket. And the value that you paid was primarily that price that the team printed on the actual ticket. So fast forward to what it looks like in this new world. So fans can choose which games that they want to purchase. There's multiple points of sale competing with the teams on price. You've got your secondary market sites, Craigslist, eBay. Really, the sky's the limit here. Those secondary platforms have gotten very, very sophisticated. A lot of them are backed by large corporations. They're investing in technology to continue to improve the buying experience on their own platforms. The value is now determined by the open market. So this has really led to a fundamental shift between the relationship between our teams and the fans. So when we set about to create our own open distribution platform, we really had 3 goals in mind. So the first one, it had to be the best fan experience. We weren't going to sacrifice an ounce of that, and in reality, we really wanted to make it better for our fans. There had to be more data and better security. So when you're talking about selling those authentic, verified tickets, there needs to be, a data infrastructure in place to make sure that, things are getting verified when the customer is buying it. So that's, extremely important. And then lastly, we wanted to drive competition and innovation. The NFL's open ticketing platform is the first of its kind across any major sports. So what does it actually look like? Well, it's a league-wide deal. All 32 of our teams can participate. And the clubs are able to make their primary tickets, their authentic, verified primary tickets, available for sale on additional sales channels. So when you think about, when you want to buy tickets to the Patriots, for example, you could go to Google, just Google Patriots tickets. The first 3 results you're going to see are ads for secondary platforms. Some NFL fans just go directly to that secondary platform. So this lets us be where our customers are. So what our open distribution platform, and it really, to kind of really understand the power of it, needs to be married with the broader trends in mobile ticketing over the last few years. It's really resulted in more data than ever before to help us enhance and innovate and engage our fans. So what did we do with all of this data that we're getting? Well, we partnered with Kager on what we call the integrated ticketing platform. So we're ingesting all of this primary and secondary data. We worked with Kager to build a data warehouse that cleans it, standardizes it, and it's really brought the primary and secondary market together. So if I'm out there buying tickets for the Patriots, for the Vikings, for the Eagles, on various different platforms, it's all coming back to me within our database. We also created a common language, so believe it or not, there's really more than one way to define an NFL season ticket, and our clubs define them in all different ways, believe me. So what did we want to do with the output of this platform? So our clubs are all still at varying stages of their analytics journey. Some have really only put their foot on the gas over the last couple of years. Some have been at it for a while and have staffs of many people. So we wanted to create solutions that benefited all of them. So with Kager, we created a series of dashboards and reports, and I'll take you through a few of those in a minute, ranging from very high level for senior management to ones that are a little bit more into the data. We created data exports. So for those teams that already have their own internal models, they could just import this new clean data directly into their existing data ecosystem. We have also partnered with Kager on a bunch of analytical models that we created, so using the data to look for insights around certain things like, what's the optimal time for a team to go on sale with their single game tickets. So the first dashboard I want to share with you guys is our team executive summary. And I just have to say off the top, this is all fake data, dummy data, fake logos. So this dashboard is really made for our senior management. It helps us benchmark ticketing KPIs across the primary and the secondary. It helps quickly identify games that might need a little bit more attention that you can then dig deeper into. There's a tooltip that's not pictured here, but you can hover over any of these metrics and get a little bit deeper insight by the stadium level and the stadium sightline. So this next one, again, all fake dummy data, helps us monitor ticketing health section by section in a very clear display. So key metrics like the premium or discount versus face value, or sell-through, attendance, you can see section by section on this map. And we've also created a feature with Kager. Oops. What happened to the, well, there's a feature there that allows you to go further in and look at the data on a seat-by-seat level. So the reason I really like this dashboard is it can help teams on a daily basis when you're looking at that premium or discount versus face value around your stadium, when you're looking at the, say, percent sell-through or how many tickets you have left to sell in a section, you can make those decisions about dynamic pricing and how much inventory you should push out to your platforms really on an instantaneous basis. So the last dashboard I'm going to share with you guys is what we call our behavioral insights dashboard. So this one is telling what our ticket holders are actually doing with their tickets. So you can attend the game, you can skip the game, you can transfer it to somebody else, or you can resell it. But I think the real power of this dashboard comes in what's on the right-hand side, which is a metric that we developed called the realization rate. So the way that works, if you attend the game or transfer it, you're realizing 100% of the value. If the ticket goes unused, 0% is realized. If you sell it for more than face value, you're realizing more than 100%. If you sell it for less than face, you're realizing less than 100%. Very simple. So hopefully this works. Yes. So zooming in a little bit here, what we've done here is when you look at the lower left-hand side, these are the people who haven't really been attending games and have this low realization rate. So you can pretty quickly surmise that they might be at risk for not renewing their season tickets. So what Kager's done for us is created a feature where we can actually export data out of this dashboard and use it, teams can use it to launch a save campaign, reach out to those ticket holders who are at risk for not renewing, understand why they're not coming, and offer them an incentive to come back and get this process started much earlier than they were used to. The last thing I want to talk about before I turn it over to Cody is data set enhancement. So what we might learn, for example, from the integrated ticketing platform about this potential customer, John Smith, He's purchased multiple tickets on secondary markets, and he's bought them in premium locations above face value. So in kind of a silo, we might learn from this that he could be a good lead for club seats. Now, we have lots of other databases at the league office. So what we might learn from them, he's highly engaged with fantasy. He opens emails, and he's an avid NFL shop purchaser. So what we could glean from that is that we should market fantasy products or shop products to him via email or maybe paid social. So the real power comes from when you marry these two together. So you could kind of from that conclude that because he's buying premium products, we could market club seats to him, maybe with a shop gift card or some other shop product via these online channels, email and paid social, for example. So that's kind of what we've done at the league office. And now I want to turn it over to Cody to share some really cool things that he's done in Baltimore.
This just go forward. Mic on? You guys hear me? Thanks, Kristen. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Just by a show of hands real quick, how many Ravens fans in the audience? All right. I was just curious. So I'm going to jump into 3 mini case studies here of how we've leveraged the open distribution model at the Ravens. Before I do, just going to talk about a couple general things just off the top. I'm going to kind of go high level pretty quickly, so if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at the end if there's time, and if not, offline, happy to have any discussions about anything. So I'll jump right in. So first thing I wanted to say is that the NFL and Kager, I think, have done an outstanding job of building a platform that has allowed all 32 teams to leverage the data in different ways, right? So for anyone in the room that works for a club, you know that the level of resources, the level of sophistication, how far advanced people are with their modeling varies widely from club to club. So the ability to have these built dashboards that you can access season ticket behaviors and resale data on the secondary market, I think is huge for a lot of clubs. I was talking to one club this morning that just basically said straight up, like, we don't have the processes and the systems in place to leverage our own data, so these dashboards have been instrumental. And then on the other side of things, I think that having the ability to export the data and ingest it into our own warehouses and use it for our own modeling has been really critical to our business, at least, and I think a number of other clubs as well. The second thing that I just wanted to say is that, I think for us, a couple years ago, we started having these discussions about, okay, all of this data, we're going to get all this new data, it's awesome, everyone wants more and more and more data. It was really critical for us to sort of take a step back and say, what are our goals? Like, what are our business objectives, and how is the data going to help us achieve those goals? I think for just a club or anyone who is going to be working for a club, that's a critical conversation to have before you jump into something where you're going to have this influx of new rich data. So I'll jump into case studies pretty quickly. The first one I want to talk about is pricing. So season ticket pricing, right? A conversation that would have happened a few years ago in our building would have went something like this. Hey, we haven't raised season ticket prices in a couple years, so I think it's time to do that. I think we should raise them 5%. Well, how about we raise them 7%? And then what do? We raise them 6% across the board. And then the same conversation happens a couple years later, right? So this offseason, what we wanted to do is sort of look at things a little bit differently and make our decisions based on value rather than just sort of this uniform arbitrary price increase. So we set out to create a metric, season ticket value, which is essentially the cost for someone to go and buy a ticket on the secondary market to every game within a certain price category divided by the actual price of that ticket, right? So, to illustrate this, if you look at the chart, if you were to buy a ticket in section A, you're going to get 133% of the value is 130% of the price of the ticket. So when we look at should we increase prices, there's obviously a window there for us to increase prices without alienating the customer. Comparatively, if you look at section G, 101%. So basically the price matched the value. So in that case, we didn't want to raise our season ticket prices because we felt like the value was fair. To take this a step further, we were in a fortunate position for many years at the Ravens where we basically renewed our season ticket holders at like 99%, 100% every single year. It was like the best possible scenario. And then all of a sudden that kind of stopped the last couple of years. And so we started to, everyone's going crazy, like why are our fans leaving and what's the deal and how can we fix this? So we sort of looked at that like, well, we have this value metric, right? Like let's see if there's a correlation between where people are leaving and what the value of their ticket. So, and what we did find was we took the data from the Kager dashboards for sight lines, and we were able to look at, okay, if we break it down by sight line horizontally, which we currently do in our stadium, and then implement a vertical segmentation as well, we're able to then identify areas of the stadium where people are leaving and the fact that it's correlated to the value of their ticket being lower than other values. So it's a direct correlation, essentially. So from that came this awesome project that we did this offseason where we sort of reimagined our price categories. So we've never employed vertical price segmentation in our building before, but what we found when we did this was that the last 25% of rows in all of our price categories were the area where the value was the lowest and people were leaving. So we set out to build this map a little bit differently than it used to be. We employed vertical segmentation for the first time. And essentially, the thought behind all of this is, we all have revenue mandates, right, with our gate revenue and our season ticket revenue, and we have to exceed those targets and those mandates. But there's a way to do it where you don't just have to uniformly raise prices across the board. You can do it in a way that doesn't really offend or alienate certain season ticket members that might already be paying too much for their seats. All right, use case number 2, so revenue generation. We all have to generate revenue, right? It's obviously not as easy as everyone thinks. So how did Kager and how did the open distribution model help us do this very recently? We've had almost 300,000 unique records ingested into our database over the last couple seasons. And if you think about it, you don't need data to do this, but someone who's bought a ticket or someone who's attended a game is probably going to be your best lead to buy season tickets, right? So we just took those people and we set out to just create a simple email campaign. So we did this just this November through January up until our divisional game when we lost to the, how many Titans fans in the room? Good. All right. So we lost to the Titans. That's when we ended the campaign, but we would have kept it going. But essentially what we did was we took all these people, we applied some filters, right? We did some location filters, get the opposing team fans out of there that bought single game tickets, layer in some of the highly significant variables from some of our other models, so discretionary income and previous ticket spend, and then basically just do an email campaign. So we sent them pretty simple emails, just letting them know, hey, you've spent a lot of money with us on single game tickets, maybe it's time to buy PSL. That email actually has nothing to do with this campaign. I just had to give some love to Lamar, MVP, yeah. So anyway, so we did this 2 months, and here are the results, right? 336 new PSL sold across each level of the stadium, 96 lowers, 88 clubs, 152 uppers. And the uppers are significant, right? Because we talk about that value metric, and oftentimes the upper level, that's where the value might be the lowest. And so we were able to generate 152 upper deck PSL sales. So that was really good for us. And that equated to over $1 million in revenue. So $1 million in revenue from a group of leads that we did not have to pay for. We did not have to do a marketing campaign. We didn't have to prospect. They just came from the open distribution model. And I think the most significant number on this slide is that this campaign cost us $0. All right, last thing I'll talk about, fan experience. At the top of, should be every club's priority list is improving the fan experience, maintaining the fan experience. So how have we been able to improve the fan experience with data from the open distribution model, right? So the first thing is every team wants to know everybody that's in their stadium. Previously, we knew primary single game buyers and we knew our season ticket buyers. We didn't know who they were bringing. We didn't know the secondary buyers. We didn't know who they were transferring tickets to. With mobile ticket transferring data, with secondary market data, we've been able to pretty much triple the amount of fans, unique fans that we know were in our building from 17 to 19. And so how does that help us? Well, just take a simple demographic variable like age, and we basically can debunk like previous assumptions about who's in our building on game day. So it used to be, all right, we know that the demographics of our PSL purchasers are an older demographic, so that must be everybody in the stadium, right? Well, the eye test is telling us that's not the case. So now that we have all this data, let's prove it wrong. So we looked at just the total attendees in 17, 18, 19, and we saw the age was decreasing. But then we took it a step further and looked at just the new people coming into the building in 19, and it was almost 10 years younger than what we had previously thought, right? So what does that do for us as an organization? It allows us to put data behind decisions and get things passed through like a game day entertainment budget that previously wouldn't have been. So here's something that we did with this data that probably wouldn't have been approved a couple years ago. Some of you may have seen this. I hope this plays. So that's a mixed reality Raven that if anyone saw our Thursday night football game in December against the Jets, we debuted. Really awesome. So if you couldn't pick up on that from the video, it's basically a CGI Raven that kind of flies through the video boards in bowl, and it's overlaid on a live crowd shot. So people are literally looking at the boards and seeing this Raven like flying over their own head. So really, really cool activation for people who are fans, but geared towards a younger audience, right? So like the younger audience that wants these enhanced experiences at a game. And so just some quick results on what this did for us, aside from the in-bowl experience. It was the 7th most viewed video on social media in 2019. Guys, we had Lamar Jackson, the MVP. We went 14-2. We had a ton of awesome video content throughout the entire season, and this was the 7th most viewed video. 3 million views on Twitter, 400,000 views on Instagram, the most viewed video on Twitter in 2019 by far. And then House of Highlights picked it up, tons of engagements. We generated a ton of value for our naming rights partner, which is also huge. And so just an example of how just taking a simple demographic analysis of our fan base can lead to something that's really awesome in stadium. And now hand it back to Kristen.
So I just want to wrap it up with 2 things that we're doing going forward with the integrated ticketing platform data. So the first thing that we are working on is our voice of the fan. You know, we wanted to make the insights and information we had from the integrated ticketing platform available to other departments around the league office. So we thought a great place to start would be with our consumer insights team and their voice of the fan survey. So the way this survey worked up until last season was at the beginning of the season, we'd get a list of every team's season ticket holders, and then on the Wednesday before game day, we'd get a list of the single game buyers. Well, what we learned from the integrated ticketing platform is that most of the ticketing transfers and a lot of purchases occur in those few days before game day. So we were sending the survey to people who weren't necessarily attending the game. So what we did last season was we used the data from the integrated ticketing platform, so we only deployed it to fans who actually attended the game. So we're reaching a much wider audience of single game buyers and transfer recipients. So what happened with this? Well, it was a better user experience. We weren't sending the survey to people who hadn't been to the game. We massively increased the number of responses as well as the data quality. We're asking people to give us thoughts and opinions on something that they were at yesterday versus not at all. And we saw a big increase in the response rate among those primary ticket holders. So where are we going to take this? So last year was our first year doing this, so there's some process improvements we can make. But the real power of this is going to be combining it with the integrated ticketing platform, so we can understand, what people's thoughts and opinions are and how they could be driving their behavior, and then take that and improve various aspects, help our teams improve various aspects of the game day experience. So that's one thing. The last thing that I wanted to share with you guys is what we call the Ticketing Health Index. So this is another partnership that we did with Kager. So I've talked a lot before about the various different ways that you can, look at, your stadium, whether it's, attendance or premium or discount versus face value, renewal rate, things like that. So those metrics are obviously very helpful to our teams, but they can be less powerful when, used in isolation. So think about attendance, for example. Great to understand, what the demand for your overall, product is, but not necessarily helpful when you're trying to figure out how much of a price increase, certain sections can withstand without sacrificing renewal rates. So what we wanted to do in partnership with Kager was use their machine learning capabilities to create this value score that really helps the club understand their stadium in a single metric that can pull together all of these different variables. So it looks a little something like this. So we've got a range of scores that indicate whether a section was overvalued, in line with the market value, or undervalued. And our hope is that when teams look at this, they can, see some insights about certain sections that they might not have noticed from those individual metrics. So this is also helpful because, it can help teams compare, different games within a season. They can compare to previous seasons. They can benchmark themselves against their peers and their league averages. And so this is hot off the presses. I think it's rolling out to our team sometime next week. And I'm really glad that I was able to share it with you guys. So I think we have a couple minutes for questions. You want to come up? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. My mic on? Yeah, so I think, what I touched on earlier about having the systems in place and the processes in place has really been critical for us in that area. We've got our own database, data warehouse set up that is pulling in our merchandise data, pulling in our concessions data, pulling in voice of the fan, things like that we can then layer on top of sort of all of the other things. I think one area that it's been critical for us is our retention modeling, really understanding that some of those other variables aside from just ticket behavior play a role in that. And yeah, I think that's sort of the next step, right? So how do we now take this identifiable data, customer data, and make it actionable in the stadium? So loyalty programs, concessions discounts, merchandise discounts, in-seat ordering, things like that I think are the next wave of how we'll do that. Can you speak up? Yeah. So he asked how we go about putting a value to a post on social media. We actually use a third-party vendor that has a proprietary formula based on engagements, basically. With that said, I think we've sort of been dabbling in our own metrics, which, if you want to talk offline about sort of how we arrive at those. But for us, we do everything based on engagement. We don't necessarily not value views, but engagements to us are a more valuable metric on social. Yeah.
One more, yes. So the question was about our realization rate metric and about how we kind of capture value for basically ticket transfers. So if it's a ticket transfer that we can capture, so it's via mobile, then we value that at 100%. If you still have a paper ticket and you're handing it to your friend or business partner or whoever, we can see, that whether or not that ticket was used. So then that value would be, the 0 or 100%. But, we won't know who used it if it's still that paper ticket. All right. I think that's it. I think we had a 10:55 cutoff, but we can answer any questions after.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz with Jeopardy's greatest of all time, Ken Jennings, as your host. My name is Helen Lee. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And if you've seen Jeopardy, this is going to go really similarly. We'll have double trouble categories where our contestants can wager points and a final blitz as well. And contestants will have 3 contestants today playing sports and analytics trivia over 2 rounds. Our contestants today are Joe Pita, head of performance analytics at Point72, Aaron Schatz, founder and editor-in-chief of Football Outsiders, and Daryl Morey, GM for the Houston Rockets and co-founder of the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ken Jennings.
Everybody, welcome to Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz, the worst named quiz show in history. Really trips off the tongue, but it does not violate any Sony television trademarks, even if the format is something you're familiar with. Let's have all 3 players buzz in just to make sure your buzzers are working. Daryl? Hold on, yours is a ding? It's very quiet.
It's
Yours
like a
is
doorbell.
Daryl, doorbell. Joe is what, a honk?
Sounds like the
And you're
Simon game.
and
I'm a
Aaron's
clank.
you're a clang.
Do we need to move closer? so
From
we
now
can
on,
hear?
I will call you doorbell, honk, and clang. We will.
I'm moving closer so you can hear. I think this is my.
Yeah, they're a little bit quiet,
There
but I
we
think
go.
I have somebody. Is somebody in the front row helping me out with like hearing the
Should
things?
we raise our hands as we buzz?
Who is that person? I was told there was a volunteer. Is it one of you two?
What are we doing? What do we need?
Somebody was going to help me out hear buzzers because I can't. They're very quiet.
Yeah.
I can't really hear from here.
All right.
Who is that
just
person?
announced the panel? Where is she?
Somebody in a red shirt is being sent up, I think. Okay.
yeah,
So
'cause
I'm going to
we're-
look at you, person who just learned about this important
We need
responsibility.
microphones. We need microphones for our buzzers.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
this?
Hold your buzzer up to your lapel mic.
Is
That's right.
Jeopardy as blinding as this? Do they do this to you?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like
Okay, all right.
Soviet bloc.
There we go.
All right, we're going to meet our contestants after the first round, but let's reveal our categories here for round 1.
Oh no.
On location, about sports venues, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. We have for the record, about unbreakable sports records, regularly scheduled programming, about computer programming, and make it rain, about the business of sports. Now, Daryl, you won the toss backstage that you do not remember doing. Why don't you go ahead and pick our first category and point
Okay.
amount?
Let's go with regularly scheduled programming for 400.
For 400, this programming language is the standard for managing and querying relational databases. I believe that was clang at the end. Aaron.
SQL?
It is SQL. Go again. You have to. Oh, but
What is SQL?
let me remind you how Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz works. Famously, we answer in the form of a question on this long-running
right.
show. Thank you. Select again.
Okay. Are we bringing the categories back? Aha. Let's take Make It Rain for 500.
Make it rain for 5. In 2018, this tech giant spent a record $14.9 million on a Super Bowl ad featuring stars such as Gordon Ramsay, Cardi B, Rebel Wilson, and Anthony Hopkins.
Who
Daryl.
is Michael Bloomberg?
It is not Michael
Oh,
Bloomberg.
half a year.
You're in the hole. Aaron or
My
Joe?
bad.
You want to take it? That is time. It was almost as evil
Jeff
billionaire. It is Amazon, yes. It's always, you get your evil
I have to read
billionaires
the
confused.
question. Should I read the question next time?
Go ahead and select again for me, Aaron.
All right, let's take Make It Rain for 400.
Baseball fans paid up to $1.17 million to watch this team win Game 7 of the World Series in 2016. I believe that was Aaron.
Is that Who Are the Chicago Cubs?
Correct. Go again.
Let's go with Make It Rain for 300.
This boxing match was the highest grossing fight in history, attracting 4.6 million pay-per-view buys and grossing $410 million. Joe.
What is Merriweather Pacquiao?
That is correct. It's your turn to select.
Let's
Man,
go.
I'm
Thrill
here
of
to come in last.
No, you're going to come back.
Thrill of victory for 500.
In the 1980 Miracle on Ice, the USSR was defeated by 20 American college players, 9 of which attended this university. Joe.
What's University of Minnesota?
Correct.
Wow, nice.
For the lead, or a share of the lead. Go again.
Let's go agony of defeat for 300.
This franchise posted the worst record in NBA history in 2011-2012, winning just 10.6% of its games. Daryl.
Who is Charlotte?
That is correct.
On the board.
Not on the plus side yet, but you can do it. Go again.
Agony of defeat 400, please.
The Shanghai Dragons is an esports team that recently made history for losing 42 matches in a row, going 0-40 in their first season. They compete in this video game. I think that was Aaron.
Yeah, and it's just, I just blanked. It starts with an O, and I can't remember it.
That is time. Daryl, you were next.
Do I have to answer
You
still?
do. Well, you buzzed.
But it was after he did. So I'm permanently buzzed in, even though you went to him?
Yeah, we're going in order of buzz.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, you're up.
I'll go, what is League of Legends?
It is not League of Legends. No, Joe, do you want this? Now that you know what letter it
I
starts
just
with?
remembered it. Yeah, no, all right.
What is Overwatch?
I
The
should
O.
have gone with the O one.
That was Daryl's choice. You select again.
Go on location 300, please.
This Grand Slam tournament is played on red clay courts. Joe first, I think, wasn't it?
I heard
Oh, it was Daryl? I heard,
Yo,
okay.
What is the French Open?
It is the French Open. Select again.
Oh, yeah. Go Thrill of Victory 300, please.
This NHL team has played in the Stanley Cup 32 times and won 23 times. Très bon, Joe.
Who are the Montreal Canadiens?
Yes. Your selection?
Let's go with For the Record for 400.
This player holds the record for most assists in NBA history, telling 30% more than the second place finisher. Daryl, right?
Who is John Stockton?
It is John Stockton.
Agony of Defeat 500.
This NFL franchise has the 7th highest winning percentage, but is the only team in the top 17 to have never won a Super Bowl. Nobody wants to chance it.
What's the top 17?
That is time. Anybody know this? Vikings. Very good. I heard it here. Who chose that category?
I did.
Daryl, go again.
Thrill of Victory 400.
This women's national team from the,
Okay, they need to fix the...
well, we're doing this one instead now. We're doing this one instead now.
Wait, they go to commercial break.
Just like Real Jeopardy. Oh, no, sorry. This women's national team, the women's national team from this country, set the record for most goals scored in a single World Cup match with 13 goals. I think that was Aaron.
What is the United States?
Correct.
Oh, nice.
Let's go for On Location for 500.
With an estimated attendance of over 300,000, this event is said to be the largest single-day sporting event in the world. You wanna try it, Daryl?
What is the Indianapolis 400?
No, that is not correct.
Is that a stupid guess? Yeah, probably. They have 300,000 people, I'm pretty sure.
Nobody? Am I right that you said the Indianapolis 400? I think I am. Okay.
500.
It is, in fact, the Indy 500. I think that was...
I want a ruling.
Do you want 80% of your points?
I do. It's the Brickyard 400. That's my defense.
Should we prorate it? Yeah, it's a different event. Let's see, that was...
What am I, like, minus $1 million? Okay, great.
Is that Aaron's turn, I think? Did you...
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
On Location for 400.
McCovey Cove is a popular kayaking spot for fans of this Major League Baseball team hoping to catch waterbound home runs. Joe, I believe.
Who are the San Francisco Giants?
Correct. Select again.
For the Record for 300.
That is your, what are we calling these? Double Trouble. Ooh, answer. You found the Double Trouble, that famous thing. Don't show the answer yet. Yeah, so how much of your, Joe, you're in the lead. Pretty commandingly. How much of your 1,500 points would you care to
Put all 1,500.
That is...
Shove.
The fans love it.
Big whole tower energy.
As a student of the game, I don't know what I think. Everything rides on this, Joe. Your clue. The longest tennis game ever, clocking in at just over 11 hours, took place at this tournament in 2010.
What is Wimbledon?
That is correct.
Wait, you have to say who. You have to say who.
You have doubled your money. Go again, Joe.
Yeah, let's go with regularly scheduled programming for 200.
This coffee-themed programming language has been in the top 2 most used since its inception in the mid-1990s. Daryl.
What is Java?
Correct. Go again.
Programming 100.
This one-letter statistical programming language would likely be the favorite of pirates. Aaron.
What is R?
It is R. R. Pick a category and a dollar amount.
Let's go with for the record for 500.
Jan Zalesny, hailing from this Central European country, has held the world record javelin throw of 98.48 meters since 1996. Wow. Aaron's going to take a swing at this.
What is the Czech Republic?
Correct!
Nice. Well done.
The country with the most yawns. Go again.
Thrill of victory for 200.
This is the only team to complete a perfect NFL season, winning every regular season and playoff game. Aaron.
Who are the incredibly annoying 1972 Miami Dolphins?
Are they still annoying you?
Still.
Go again. That's correct.
Thrill of victory for 100.
Luck of the Irish? This NBA franchise once won the championship 8 years in a row. Joe.
Who are the Boston Celtics?
Yes. Are they incredibly annoying? Yes, they are.
As a Philly resident, yes.
Go again.
The agony of defeat for 200.
This NFL team is the most recent to go winless, losing all 16 regular season games in 2017. Aaron, right?
Who are the Cleveland Browns?
Yes, the lowly Browns. Go again.
Let's go with agony of defeat for 100.
The Boston Red Sox sold this baseball legend to the New York Yankees, kicking off an 86-year-long drought of World Series titles. Joe.
Who is Babe Ruth?
Yes, the Babe.
Let's go with on location for 100.
Known as the Big House, this university's football stadium is the largest stadium in the U.S. Aaron.
It's a little cheating, but I'll go with what's the University of Michigan?
It's almost like you knew that clue was coming. Correct. Your selection.
Let's go with location for 200.
Featuring 116 lanes, the Inazawa Bowling Center in this country is the largest of its kind in the world. Aaron.
What is Japan?
Yes.
Regularly scheduled programming for 500. What the hell?
Oh, answer?
Oh, wait, there's two. Are you kidding me?
Weirdly, unlike in real Jeopardy, there are two double troubles.
I stopped going for the doubles.
You were smart to do so, but your loss is Aaron's gain. How much? You're now challenging Joe for the lead. How much do you want to wager?
Yeah,
here?
but this is not a category that I expect to know a lot about. So
you're within 1,100
I'm
of the
actually
lead.
just going to go with 300. I don't expect to get this right. A man has to know himself.
Not a lot of booing on Jeopardy. Your clue. The first program that a novice coder learns to write often displays this two-word greeting. Settle down. Some of you have nerdier jobs than these three.
What is hello there?
Oh, close. Oh.
Does
That's
anyone
like
know this?
Indianapolis 400.
Hello World. You were correct to bid small. What is Hello World? Well, very little harm done to you there. Go again.
Let's go make it rain for 200.
According to Forbes, this NFL team was the most valuable sports team in the world in 2019, worth over $5 billion. Aaron.
Who are the Dallas Cowboys?
Yes.
Make it rain for 100.
According to Forbes, this soccer player was the highest earning athlete of 2019, including endorsements. That's Joe, I think.
Who's Cristiano Ronaldo?
No, minus 100 for you. Daryl, you want to try it?
Who is Messi?
It is Messi, and you are very close to the break-even mark, Daryl. It all comes down to these last
Regularly
clues.
scheduled programming, 300.
This programming language has snaked its way into being the most popular for modern machine learning and AI applications. Joe.
What is Python?
Snaked, yes. Go again.
For the record, 100.
This baseball player holds the record for most consecutive games with a hit at 56. That was a near tie, maybe, or was it Joe?
I think it was Joe.
Joe.
Who is Joe DiMaggio?
Yes, Joe DiMaggio. And our final clue, for the record for 200, this Major League Baseball pitcher has the most all-time wins with 511. The annual award to the best pitcher is named after him.
Who is Cy Young?
Cy Young is correct. Very nicely done to all three of us.
Oh, I'm not positive yet.
At the break, Joe is still in the lead with 3,500, but Aaron has made a run held back only by his
Nice, Joe.
elementary school computer programming knowledge with 2,200. Daryl's in third place and will select first in double sports and analytics trivia blitz, which is coming up right now after we meet our three contestants. Aaron, it says here that you have a very funny story about your cat.
About my cat?
No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say that at all. It's a blank piece of paper.
It's Schrodinger's cat. It doesn't exist and it doesn't exist.
Tell us a favorite bit of sports trivia, would you?
Oh, golly, now I'm on the spot.
Tell us about Football Outsiders. which you were announced as
It's
being
the original
affiliated with.
NFL analytics site since 2003. My God, I've been doing this for a long time.
See, 2003?
Yes.
Wow. Tell us something about NFL analytics that would surprise us. All right, Joe.
We've really broken out. In the last
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's really broken
Alex
out in
is
the
a
last
harder
couple
job
years.
than you thought.
It's really broken out in the last couple of years. This has really been our, what Moneyball was to baseball analytics, really helping it break out across the league. The last couple of years have been for football analytics. A lot more teams are hiring people. It's actually being used on television broadcasts a little bit. It's been a real breakout. So
Are we
this is
finally
a good
gonna
year to
see-
be here talking about football.
Are we finally going to see people going for it more on fourth down?
If those people are named John Harbaugh, yes, he is the prince who was promised.
Joe, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You are from, remind me, Point
72.
72.
It's a Wall Street hedge fund founded and by Steve Cohen.
Now, you're doing very well here on this beloved nightly game show, Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz. What's your secret?
Banging trash can. I don't know if you should ignore that sound.
No, this is the one sport where the buzzers are perfectly legal. You guys are allowed to have these buzzers. Do you, what was I going to ask? I totally lost it.
I don't know if that was an answer in the form of a question or if I should come back.
Well, you're doing very well on Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz. Best of luck in round 2. Daryl, it says here that you have some connection with a sporting organization. Which one is that?
Well, Houston, not the Astros, the Rockets. Yeah, no banging trash cans.
Oh yeah, we shouldn't be doing so many Houston jokes. I'm sorry. Not with you in third.
Yeah. Well, I got them where I want them.
Bill O'Brien wishes he could figure out a way to make banging trash cans help something.
Yeah. If I got my 80% of my points I deserve.
Tell me about your comeback plans here in our double Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz round, where, as you know, there are twice the points available to help
And
you
there's
add to your
apparently
winnings.
4 double troubles this round, so I'll have plenty of chances to come back.
Only 2 double troubles. Okay, I hope you find one. Well, let's get back into play. Do we have round 2 up? We do. You're going to be dealing with these 6 categories. We're going streaking. No, we're not. This is about great sports streaks. Famous firsts, go for gold, about the Olympics, lies, damned lies, and statistics, goat pourri, about greatest of all time teams and players, and finally, it's fun to stay at the SSAC, about this very conference. And Daryl, you said you want to voluntarily recuse yourself?
I'm recusing from this.
And what was your excuse from the categories you recused in round 1? I'm joking, of course.
I recuse myself from motorsports. All right. We're going streaking 200. I need confidence. You taught me I need confidence.
You're going to do this. This hockey grade holds the record for most consecutive scoring games, with 51 games during the 1983-84 season. Daryl, I believe.
Who is Wayne Gretzky?
Correct. Go again.
All right.
Oh, and you're back on the plus side. Very good.
I go 400.
The women's college basketball team from this university won a record 111 consecutive games from 2014 to 2017. Aaron.
What is the University of Connecticut?
UConn, yes. Go again.
Let's go with goat pourri for 1,000.
Oh.
This Aussie holds the record for the highest career cricket batting average, with an average of, wait for it, 95.14 in first-class cricket. Did you just ring?
I hope I get this right. Who is Bradman?
It is Don Bradman.
Oh, well done. Well done.
From way downtown.
That is impressive.
I don't think I'm spoiling anything when I say there are no more cricket
Cricket
clues on this
outsiders.
board.
Cricket outsiders. Fall.
Get the URL now. Go again, Aaron.
I'll take
You're now in the lead, by the way.
goat pourri for 800.
Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre completed his first NFL pass in September 1992 to this Packer great, who went on to play for their rival, the Minnesota Vikings. That's time. You guys know this one? Great. To Brett Favre himself, yes.
Wow.
Select again, Aaron.
Good question.
Goat pourri for 600.
Georgia Tech, led by this legendary coach, defeated Cumberland College 222-0 in a college football game in 1916. Aaron.
Who is John Heisman?
It is John Heisman, yes.
Wow.
Very nice.
Chad's crushing it.
Goat pourri for Well, let's go to lies, damn lies, and statistics for 1,000.
Somebody's daily double hunting. A financial analyst from Chicago developed this statistic, which measures hockey shot differential, after hearing Buffalo Sabres GM Darcy Rigier on the radio. That's you, Aaron, I think.
What is Corsi?
It is Corsi, that's correct.
Wow.
Very nice.
All right.
It's tough.
He's on a roll.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
4.
800.
PER, or player efficiency rating, is a compound basketball statistic developed by this ESPN analyst. Joe.
Who is John Hollinger?
Yes. Select again.
Let's go for the gold for 600.
Johnny Weissmuller won 5 gold medals in swimming in the 1920s and is famous for giving this vine-swinging movie character his distinctive yell. Joe.
Who is Tarzan?
Yes.
Let's go with famous first for 600.
Answer?
Double trouble.
You found the first of the 2 daily double troubles in this round, the normal number. Now this time you have Aaron in the lead. This is a chance to put some daylight between you. How much would you like to wager?
Let's go with 1,100.
Oh, boo. We've learned nothing, Ken. We've learned nothing.
Were you afraid it would be cricket? Somewhere James Holzhauer just shed a single tear. Your clue. Jackie Robinson, the first African-American Major League Baseball player, started on this Major League team.
Who are the Brooklyn Dodgers?
That is correct.
Yes, nice.
Follow-up question, do you wish you had wagered more?
Sure do. Yeah.
Go again.
Let's go with, we're going streaking for 800.
Pakistani Jahangir Khan is said to hold the longest winning streak in sports history with 555 consecutive wins in this racket sport from 1981 to 1985. Daryl, you're going to take a shot?
That wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, Aaron.
What is squash?
Yes.
Nice. Wow.
It's tough.
Delicious.
You're back. You're now tied for the lead.
Let's go streaking for 1,000.
This legendary golfer won 11 PGA tournaments in a row in 1945. Joe.
Who is Byron Nelson?
Very good.
Damn.
And you're back in the lead.
Let's go with lies, damn lies for 600.
In baseball, this statistic is calculated as follows. Quantity hits plus walks plus hit by pitch over quantity at-bats plus walks plus hit by pitch plus sacrifice flies. Now everybody's in. I think it goes in this order. Aaron, Joe, Daryl.
What is on-base percentage?
Yes.
Yeah. Calm down there, buddy.
It happens to all of us. Don't feel bad. It happens to all of us from time to time.
All right. Let's go with it's fun to stay at SSAC for 600.
Not to be confused with
Not to be confused with the Chicago Music Festival. Bill Simmons dubbed the MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference this in 2009.
Dubbed it this term in 2009. Did somebody buzz?
I
sorry.
didn't quite understand what was going on.
Play it again. Oh, he's got
Not to be confused with the Chicago Music Festival.
At this point, we are not reading it
Bill
again.
Simmons dubbed the
Okay,
MIT
I think
Sloan
all right,
Sports
now-
Analytics
okay.
Conference this in
You
2009.
can pick either of us. I'm fine.
I think we're going to neg Aaron. Joe, you can answer.
What is Dorkapalooza?
That is correct.
Yes.
Have I been saying it wrong? CSAC? No?
SSAC,
just-
CSAC.
S? What are we saying?
Sloan Sports. We just say it.
I can't read the whole thing.
Sack.
SSAC
Just
was
say
okay.
sack.
Okay, I'll say so. Joe, select again.
All right, let's go Gopri for 400.
He's the only boxer to have won the world heavyweight title 3 separate times.
Who is the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali?
It is Muhammad Ali.
Let's go with famous first for 800.
In 2014, this team hired Jen Welter as an assistant coaching intern for training camp and preseason, making her the first female coach in the NFL. That's Joe.
Who are the San Francisco 49ers?
No, I'm sorry. You lose 800. Aaron.
Who are the Arizona Cardinals?
Yes. That could be a decisive swing there. Go again, Aaron.
I'm close. I just need to be. They need to be close so I have a chance in final.
That's right. You know how this is played.
Famous first for 1,000.
In 1935, Malcolm Campbell was the first person to break the 300-mile-per-hour barrier behind the wheel of his famed car, named after this feathered creature. Tough one. If you guys didn't have to buzz in, that's time. If you guys didn't have to buzz in, what would you say?
Peacock?
Not the peacock.
Eagle?
It's like blue something. I thought.
Blue, very good.
Yeah, blue.
Daryl knows this.
Yeah, I think I've read it. Yeah.
Bluebird. What is the bluebird, apparently?
I would have gotten it wrong though.
I
I
feel-
would have gotten 50% that time.
I feel like you're being held back by our weird rule where I'm letting people buzz in the middle of a question. Like, if this were regular Jeopardy,
Oh, that's very kind of you to say. I think I'd still lose, but thank you. I think I might do better, maybe. That's my ego requires that I believe that.
Who said Cardinals? Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Select again.
Let's go with SSAC for 800.
This
This
previous
many-time attendee and conference advisor coined the term sabermetrics.
That's Aaron, right?
Who is Bill James?
Yes. I guess I can see why Daryl didn't want to answer that one.
Yeah, that was.
Who was that guy?
The first time it's ever happened on Double Trouble.
Imagine if
Jeopardy.
you've been watching Sports Analytics and Trivia Blitz every night on ABC, and the contestant appears on the board reading his own question. It's like a David Lynch movie. Go ahead and select.
This is the 50s
Joe,
quiz
right?
show, 50s.
Yeah, exactly. The fix is in. Oh, that was Aaron? Sorry.
Let's
my
go
bad.
with SSAC for 1,000.
Your answer?
Oh, you're going
Wow. Boy, this could not have come at a more fraught and dramatic time for you, Aaron, with a 1,000-point lead. What do you do here?
3,200.
Oh.
Enough for a substantial but not decisive lead. Let's see how much you know. I can't tell if I'm reading this one or not.
This yearly panelist was the first woman to win the Penn Lifetime Achievement Award and has collaborated with Larry Bird and Shaquille O'Neal on their respective autobiographies.
Who is Jackie McMullen?
Yes, very nice.
Well done.
Widening your lead. Go again, Aaron.
Let's go with SSAC for 400.
The MIT Sloan. Oh, I'm not reading these. Is somebody going to say it?
Yeah, someone's.
The MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference was founded in this year.
Aaron.
What is 2007?
No, I'm sorry. You lose 400. Joe or Daryl? You're recusing
I'm not
yourself?
I'm not letting them buzz in.
I think you should buzz in.
We passed, so.
All right, 2006.
It is 2006.
Nice.
Well, I'm sorry. How do we phrase things?
What
on
is 2006?
There we go.
And I even told Aaron the wrong answer before we
I
came
actually
on
asked
stage.
before the panel started. He gave me the wrong answer.
It's like new gamesmanship. Yes, I'm on the board.
Wow, I've never seen that kind of dirty play in all my years hosting Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz.
Yeah.
This is the end of Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz. Go again, Daryl.
Let's try lies, damn lies, statistics, 400.
In basketball, the statistic, abbreviated RPM, estimates how many points each player adds or subtracts to his team's net scoring margin for each 100 possessions played. Aaron beat Daryl, right?
What is real plus minus?
That is correct.
I literally asked somebody about that before the thing.
Nice.
And they didn't give you the wrong answer, unlike some
Give you
people.
the wrong answer.
Lies. Thank you, Kevin Pelton, for not giving me the wrong answer. Lies, damned lies, and statistics for 200.
Players like Saquon Barkley, Dalvin Cook, and Derrick Henry might find themselves measured by this statistic, abbreviated YPC. Aaron.
What is yards per carry?
Yes. Go again.
Let's go for the gold for 1,000.
An athlete from this Western European country is the only person to have won a medal in the Summer and Winter Olympics in the same year. And that's time. Does anybody know this? It is Germany. I think it might post-state reunification.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wait, it can't be because it's the same year, or at least it would be very close.
You got Germany.
Krista Luding-Rothenberger, very nice.
Yeah.
You have stumped me. I have no idea what the sports were. That was, who picked that? Aaron?
Yes. So let's go for the gold again for 800.
Babe Zaharias won 3 Olympic track and field medals, including 2 golds, but is in the Hall of Fame for this very different sport. I think that's Aaron then Joe.
What is golf?
Yes.
Nice. Wow.
We're going streaking for 600.
Stjepan Lucianic, a soccer player from this former Yugoslavian country, set the record for most consecutive hat tricks with 5 straight in 2016.
Oh, I don't want to go negative.
You got your legacy in mind right now.
I know. I'm trying to stick around.
This is legacy management. That's time. Croatia.
Oh, I would have gotten it wrong. Good.
Aaron?
Famous first for 400.
Astronaut Alan Shepard was the first and only person to have played a sport on the moon, hitting 2 balls from this sport. Aaron before Joe, I think.
What is golf?
Yes. Your choice?
Famous first for 200.
A runner from this country was the first person on record to have it run a sub-2-hour marathon. Daryl, you're in.
What is
Yes.
Yes! Always guess Kenya.
Narrowing the gap. Go again.
Go for gold 400.
The shortest lived Olympic event, played only in the 1900 Paris Summer Games, involved shooting hundreds of this type of bird. You gonna try it, Aaron?
What is a pigeon?
Yes.
Ah, good.
Now they just burn them in the torch.
Let's go for gold for 200.
This city, known as the Gateway to the West, was the first U.S. city to host the modern-day Olympic Games in 1904. Aaron just beat you, Daryl. Sorry.
What is St. Louis?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
You're looking pretty dominant here in round two. Go again, Aaron.
Let's do Goat Paris for 200.
This Celtics legend is the only person in NBA history to be named Most Valuable Player, Coach of the Year, and Executive of the Year. Is that Daryl? It was.
Yeah,
right?
that was me. We'll go with Bill Russell. Who is Bill Russell?
It is not Bill Russell, no. That's Joe, I think. Or was Aaron already in?
Who is Bob Cousy?
It is not Bob Cousy. Joe, you want to try it?
Yeah, I'll say who was Larry Bird.
Larry Bird is correct, yes.
Oh, right, of course.
For the Pacers,
yeah.
And for 200, SSAC.
Oh, it's our last clue.
This 2014 panelist holds the record for most NBA titles as a head coach.
Joe?
Who was Phil Jackson?
It is Phil Jackson, yes.
All right.
And you managed to keep, those last few clues were pivotal.
Yes,
You have,
mathematically.
Aaron has not mathematically run away with this.
I'm out of it.
Not at all, you don't know. They're gonna have to bid against each other, so you don't know. Also, they could bid very badly. Maybe
I was going to say that's a bit badly.
Maybe they have not studied the analytics of sports and analytics trivia.
I have not
Blitz.
studied the sports analytics trivia of analytics of trivia.
You studied the trivia, but not the analytics. So we're going to have each of our contestants write down, I think they have a piece of paper. So I'm going to announce the category. No, there is no category of Final Jeopardy, is that right? Okay. I'm going to announce the category, which is basketball.
Oh.
Final Jeopardy category is basketball.
No, that's unfair.
And you guys can choose
I don't run basketball.
any amount of your all or one. And this is the point in which I should announce that there's a lot riding on this final question. Not only is each contestant here tonight going to win a beanie of some kind, the winner is going to receive our inaugural Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz Cup. So we do have a cup to award to our winning player. So keep those very high stakes in mind as you make your wagers.
Oh, we have to do the wager first.
So we write down our wager on the piece of paper?
Yes. Is it the same piece of paper, or are they going to hand off their wagers now, or are they just going to leave it on the paper? Do they just have one paper?
Do we just do the wager and then the answer?
No, I have like
Have them keep the paper so they can do the reveal of both.
It's the buzzer and the paper honors.
It's okay if they reveal them, I think. All right, are we ready to reveal? Everybody's wagers are in, or are you still wagering, Aaron?
Yep.
I wagered.
I think I'm good.
Have you done the math?
I tried to.
No worries. It's
That's
not like
stressful. Do you get
This
a
would be
calculator?
so embarrassing.
you don't get a calculator. You have to do pencil and paper, and you get 5 minutes.
It
Carry
would
the
be like
two.
dividing 500 million by 352 million and getting a million. It would be very embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess. You can, luckily, none of you work in the field of game theory or analyzing sports. So
Right.
you have some cover if you make a mathematical error here.
I'm like, wait, we do that.
Everybody's in? Everybody happy with their arithmetic?
Yes.
All right. So let's reveal our final blitz category, and then you'll have 30 seconds. This person is the only player in NBA history to have his jersey retired by 3 different teams. 30 seconds, good luck. Do we have music? Yeah, we have. Come on, crowd. Strings come in. Time to get something down.
Oh, really? This is stressful.
Yeah, no shit. Wow. Oh, Ken, I thought you were just dicking around up there, but turns out this game's kind of hard and stuff. Da 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 bom bom.
Dang.
All right,
I would fail so much at Jeopardy.
Daryl, we're going to start with you. First, before you reveal your wager, tell us what answer you wrote down.
Oh, not the wager?
No, we're going to do the answer first, and then see how much you wagered.
I couldn't remember who it is, so I went with, technically I know the correct answer, but you will not accept it.
Okay.
Multiple teams have retired Jackie Robinson, even though he's not a basketball player.
The Heat have, right? How many teams have retired Jackie
The Heat
Robinson?
have retired Dan Marino.
Oh, yeah, maybe
and
that's what I'm
Jackie
thinking
Robinson.
of. Multiple teams?
If you're an expansion team, you got to do what you got to do. So.
Yeah.
I would want to go for a ruling on
I think we're discounting it because it says in NBA history, but I appreciate your
I did try to
your
get
lesson in
something
marketing.
plausible, and I wagered $42 for 42 analytics. So.
That will leave you with 458.
That's going to be cute.
Let's go to Joe, who is in second place. What player did you think of, Joe?
I had no idea. I went with Bill Russell, just hoping maybe as an executive for the Kings, maybe they got rid of stuff. I have no idea.
No, I think Bill Russell was Celtics.
Oh, I'm not going to be in last.
How much did you wager? Joe?
All 7,600.
Oh, Daryl has catapulted into second place through one of the many vicissitudes of Jeopardy fortune that we so often see. Aaron, we come to you. You were in the lead pretty decisively with 13,200. Which NBA player did you write down?
Who is Shaquille O'Neal?
It is not Shaquille O'Neal. Too soon,
not a bad guy.
I
Good
guess.
guess.
Orlando, Miami, and the Lakers?
Yeah, Phoenix. Is on.
Correct
How long did
answer.
you say?
Boston, Cleveland.
And I'm not sure I can name the third team here. Somebody's going to have to help me out. Who is Wilt Chamberlain? Who is Wilt Chamberlain? Is Philadelphia and the Knicks? Is that right?
Oh,
The Warriors, the Sixers, and the Lakers, probably.
Wow.
Oh, is it both Philly teams? There's Philadelphia Warriors,
That
right?
was a good final.
Oh, yes. He was there when they went to San
Blitz
Francisco.
question.
Okay. Okay, it's all going to come down to this, Aaron. How much did you wager?
2,100.
2,100, which
Oh,
drops you
good
to
wager.
11,100, making you
Yes.
our sports and analytics trivia blitz champion, and you win the cup, the coveted cup,
The coveted cup.
which may also have been free in your hotel room. I'm not sure.
And now we do awkward banter, right? Is that the idea?
Yes, unmiked awkward banter follows.
It even says sports analytics trivia, except that it doesn't. So that's great.
It does if you have a Sharpie.
True enough.
Are we okay ending 15 minutes early, or are we doing Q&A? What are we doing here?
Q&A.
Kill it. Q&A?
Let's ask Ken some questions.
Does anybody have questions?
That is so stressful. I've never done that.
Well, yeah. What surprised you about it versus watching it at home?
Well, the final Jeopardy, all I could hear was the damn song. And I'm like,
It's true. There is no visible clock, so the only way you have to gauge how much time you have is listening to the music, which is incredibly annoying music. So, yeah, I
and
sympathize.
you're just like, oh shit, well, it's almost over. Wait, no, that was another verse. Oh, no.
They do play it twice.
Is it pens down, or does like the marker stop working?
It's an electronic light pen that stops working. And by the rules, you have to have completed an answer. So if you were clearly going to write William Shakespeare, but you missed the R, you have written William Shakespeare, which is not a phonetically plausible way to say William Shakespeare, and you will be marked wrong.
So if you misspell Shakespeare, done.
They're lenient on spelling if it matches. So here's the rule. If it's a plausible way to spell the right pronunciation of the answer, you're good. Like if you left out the P and said Shakespeare, you're out of luck. But if you spelled Shakespeare like EE instead of EA, you'd be okay. And in the regular round, it's the reverse. You have to say it a way that you don't have to say it correctly, but you have to say it plausibly given the right spelling. So.
And so they have like a whole ruling, like arbiters or something?
Yeah, Alex will. He'll have alternate answers on his paper, but if it's tough, he will look at a table of judges, which includes 2 of the writers, 2 of the producers, maybe 3 of the writers and 2 of the producers, and they will either give him a high sign or say we don't know, and they'll stop tape.
So has Alex done every show or ever?
Alex has done
since he started.
Well, since the new version, not the old Don Pardo version.
Yeah, Art Fleming and Don Pardo.
Yeah.
Since 1984, Alex has been in every show except one. If you're like a Cal Ripken fan or an OCD guy like me, it really bothers me that on April 1st, sometime in the early 2000s, he and Pat Sajak swapped shows. So people watching Wheel were surprised to see Alex hosting Wheel, and then Pat hosted Jeopardy, and they never commented on it, which is, I guess, the funnier way to do it.
Just popped
Geno
up.
Smith,
and they just acted as if we were now in a parallel universe. It was
That is a great trivia question.
It's the only
For
other person.
next year's Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz.
Because I was hoping maybe they'll have guest Alexes here and there.
I mean, yeah, Alice's, guest. I mean, they could do, like, you know, at some point he's going to be, you know, hopefully he lives many more years and retires at the end of his contract. And I kind of wonder if they will do the Regis and Kelly thing of trying people out, you know, because that's a tough swap. Do you guys have other reactions to having played the game, or?
Do you ever have what I had, where you buzzed in and knew the answer, and then it suddenly just disappeared from your brain, and you were like, "Why did I just do that?"
Overwatch effect, we call it.
The Overwatch effect. That's right.
Yeah, there's a thing where, like, I often find myself not buzzing based on whether the word is ready to come out, but whether I think I know it. So I'll be like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I know, and then I buzz, and then you have 5 seconds. You know, Alex is kind of glowering at you. But you have 5 seconds to pull it out. And when I was, you know, 15 years ago, I could do it. And now that I'm in my mid-40s, I can't do that anymore.
Can you do his glowering?
He is very expectant. And one thing I learned the last time on Jeopardy is when there's a boop, 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 timing you out on a daily double, there's no clock. I think Alex cues that on his podium.
Oh, he might get mad and just do it?
Yeah, he can be lenient, or so be nice to Alex.
I want an answer now.
Well, he'll prompt you. He'll be like, I need a response, Darryl. And then if you don't do it, he'll cue the beep, 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 beep.
That's amazing.
I guess it has more of a, yeah, don't fall off the stage.
So, do we have any questions?
Have you ever gotten a question wrong where Alex gave you the, oh, I thought you'd know that?
Yeah, I don't really like the surprised, oh, Ken, you should know that. Alex, you have a big piece of paper in front of you with all the answers. But I do like it when, I mentioned this earlier, I love it when a sports category gets blanked and Alex is just so disappointed in what has become of North America. You know, like, you can see him just composing the Facebook post in his head.
These
He's so
questions
angry.
would not have been good on regular Jeopardy, I think. A lot of them would have been missed.
But these were gauged very well. We should give a hand to whoever
the question writer.
to whoever wrote these.
We're good, yeah.
Jack and Helen. Jack and Helen, I got that right?
They were even well calibrated by difficulty, I thought.
Yeah, I warned them to, like, start easy so that people can kind of get in the rhythm. But then they were, like, legit, and yet it was the kind of thing that most of the time, one or more of you knew even the hard ones. So, good job. That's hard to do.
Mostly. I get what you say though earlier, that like doing some easier ones, you start to, because you keep missing. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Well, that didn't happen to you.
I do think it changed things. I do think it changed things to buzz in during the question.
Yeah, so on Real Jeopardy, you get locked out until the end of the clue. That's because they have a more sophisticated buzzer system than Staples or wherever we got these. Like on Jeopardy, one person buzzing disactivates the other two. And crucially, if you buzz in early, you get locked out for like a fifth of a second. So you can't game it by just doing this and waiting for it to be activated. Because you'll lock yourself out. And we did not have the technology, so.
Any crowd questions? Anyone in the crowd? You got one right here, it looks like.
Most. I think, so to be on the show, you have to pass a very hard written test of 50 questions. And the cutoff to even get an in-person audition is somewhere in the mid-30s. So by that, you know, anybody on Jeopardy should know about 40 of them. And good players will know upwards of 50. And that means most of the time, most of the players are buzzing on most of the questions. So it really does become more about buzzer mojo than anything else. And if you see somebody doing this, it just means adrenaline was pumping and they got in early and they kept locking themselves out.
Others? Brad? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question.
That's good. I followed the rules. I wagered 42 first because it didn't matter what I wagered. So.
Was it a Jackie Robinson reference or a Douglas Adams reference?
Oh, I didn't even think about the fact that, that's his number. That's hilarious. Wow. I did it because it's 42 Analytics is the
right.
That's Jessica Gelman's number, just so you know. Conference founder.
Question? James and I have very different buzzer strategies.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. He's asking, like, how do you dominate on the buzzer, especially against somebody like James, who's a real student of the buzzer. So this James Holzhauer guy that they had on last year, was just very unstoppable on the buzzer, and he had made a science of it. He had somehow got a hold of a replica buzzer that he could plug into a USB port, and he would measure how fast he could click when he saw a visual cue. Because there are lights that tell you when your buzzer is live on Jeopardy. You can't see them at home. And he made a study of just trying to train himself to get very fast when he saw the light cue. And that went so far as to determine what finger he should use, which hand, what position he should hold his arm in, how many milligrams of caffeine he should have in his system. It's why he doesn't wear a jacket on the show, because he likes the freedom of motion. Like, he's an ergonomic buzzer, basically. Whereas I have never waited for the lights. I always just I know the rhythm of Alex's voice, and you can tell at home how long a beat there is between him reading and somebody fast getting in. So you kind of have that internalized if you've watched the show for a long time. So I found that if I didn't even think about it, I could kind of slip into the rhythm of watching it at home and kind of guess the right time. And James, I guess, against me and Brad, had started out waiting for the lights and found that he was not getting in. And so mid-tournament, he switched to doing what we were doing and adjusted very quickly. You know, he outplayed me in a lot of those games.
Wow, that's
so
really interesting.
It's really impressive. But really, all you can do is just have the rhythm of Alex's voice in your head your whole life.
So basically, your timing of his voice was superior to his visual
Yeah,
response.
to how fast he could react to a set of lights. Here in the fourth row. Yeah. It was like here, you can see it ahead of time. So what you're doing is reading it as quick as you can, picking out a few words, like Zaharias, Hall of Fame, oh, that's golf. So then while Alex is still reading, you've got it all queued up, hopefully, and you're waiting. This very different sport. Pause, click, 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 click. So, you know, you can kind of plan ahead. Here. Right. Those were actually Watson's downfall when we were playing. It turned out the only time we could ever, Watson, the computer, had very fast reflexes because it's a computer. The only time we could beat him was on a very short clue because it was still processing. The buzzers would go live and it was still trying to do some kind of search on a very short call and response clue. But it's exactly the same. Alex says one word. You know, if it's like cars from, you know, car makes from model, or car models from makes or whatever, or other way around, and it says Tuareg, you know, the thing goes live as soon as Alex says that one word, and you've just got to be expecting it. The video clues are tougher because then it's a celebrity reading, and at that point, you're pretty much waiting for the lights. James was very dominant on the video clues. They slow the game down. That's my only beef with them. I like that they liven up the show. We're gonna have one more question, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Who do you want to call on somebody, Daryl?
There's one over there in the orange or yellow.
My weak category?
He wants to know how to improve in weak.
Oh, how to improve in a weak category. I see. Honestly, I would say leave it alone. The odds that some fact you learn in your weak category is going to come up are just vanishingly small. They're approaching zero. Better to brush up on things you kind of once knew but want to be a little sharper on. Like if you feel like you kind of know the presidents, like study that. If you feel like you're pretty good on Oscar winners, like brush up on that. Baseball stadium, something where you have a set. Don't start from scratch with, I'm going to learn 20 Eastern European composers or whatever. I just think it's not going to happen for you. Well, I had a lot of fun hosting Sports and Analytics Trivia Blitz. Thanks to Daryl, Joe, and Aaron for being good sports. Have a fun conference, you guys.
Thank you for that.
Aaron,
was
congrats.
awesome. Have fun.
Well done.
presenter was unable to come at the last minute. Thank you. Unfortunately, the 12 o'clock presentation by PFF, it's not going to be happening. The presenter wasn't able to make it at the last minute. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who weren't here earlier, our speaker for the 12:15 has pulled out last minute. And so, but if you want to stick around till 12:45, there will be the next person here to speak. Or if you want to go to a different event, we just wanted to give you a heads up. Thanks. Just going to announce one more time for those that are just showing up, our PFF speaker has pulled out last minute, and so we won't have anybody speaking at 12:15. Our next speaker will be at 12:45. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Good afternoon, and hope you're enjoying the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks presented by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Dan Ford, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce the next presentation, Who Will Win? Predicting, Visualizing, and Understanding Performance in Professional Golf. Please join me in welcoming our presenter today, Matt Courchain, co-founder of Data Golf.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. It's great to see this many faces in the room. So yeah, the title of my talk today is Predicting, Visualizing, and Understanding Performance in Professional Golf. And for those who don't know about Data Golf, that's a project that I started with my younger brother in the summer of 2016, and it sort of evolved in a lot of different ways since then. And throughout the talk, I'm going to be referencing, just with screenshots basically, a few things that are on the website. So the URL is datagolf.org if you want to check it out during the talk. We're currently trying to get .com, but the guy is playing hardball with us, so we're TBD on that front. Okay, so just to start, so prediction in golf, kind of an overview. So what matters in golf is score relative to the field, what we're going to call strokes gained. So this is going to be the target of the prediction exercise we're doing. Any other thing that you want, so win probability, cut probability, the probability of one golfer beating another, all of these things can be obtained quite easily if you have scoring distributions for every player. So if we know the probability of each golfer shooting or gaining 2 strokes per round or losing 2 strokes per round, if we have those distributions, then everything else sort of follows pretty easily. So in this talk, I'm actually going to focus, at least in the prediction portion of it, just on how to predict expected scores for golfers. So not the full distribution, just expected scores, because I only have so much time. So again, keeping things at the high level, what are the advantages and challenges in professional golf relative to other sports? So the main advantage, obviously, is that in golf, it's an individual sport. So you have none of this complexity of breaking down team performance into its individual components. However, in golf, opponents do confound performance in golf. As I said, what we care about is score relative to the field, ultimately. That's what determines outcomes in golf tournaments. But as a measure of performance, score relative to the field is not ideal because not all fields are equally skilled. Beating the average European Tour field is not the same as beating an average PGA Tour field. So that's something we need to account for. Another small thing in golf I think that's difficult is that every week for our website, we're making predictions for 3,000 golfers. They all have unique schedules. They've all played. Each data set looks different for each golfer, I guess, in contrast to the major professional sports where it's a fixed schedule, same number of games. So it's just often you're running into edge cases in golf where you have some golfer who has a very unique history that your model really wasn't fit to necessarily to perform well on, but you just have to deal with those things. Okay, so now starting to dig into things a bit. So performance in golf is very random. By that I mean it's very unpredictable. So with our model, we can only explain 8% of strokes gained at the round level. The rest is just unexplained variation in day-to-day performance of golfers. And so just on the right here, I've shown a graph of 2 players in 2019. So Peter Malnati, who was maybe the 100th ranked player on the PGA Tour, and Justin Thomas. And the point here is just to show that the data points, which are that's just their round level strokes gained, and the 2 lines are their predicted skill levels over time, according to our model. It's just, without the predicted skill levels, it's almost difficult to even see who the better golfer is. So there is just a ton of variation in golf, which of course is not necessarily a problem for prediction. It's just the nature of the sport. Okay, so now let's talk about getting a better measure of performance. So as I said, strokes gained relative to the field is not ideal because not all fields are equally skilled. So we need to take account of that and adjust for field strength. I'm not going to go through the details of how we do this. The intuition is basically, if you imagine 3 golfers A, B, and C, if A plays against B and beats him, and then B plays against C, and player B beats player C, even though player A and player C never played against each other, we can, through transitivity, sort of deduce that player A is better than player C. And that's sort of the basic intuition of how this adjustment process works. And the output is what we're going to call true strokes gained or adjusted strokes gained. And this is going to be a number for every performance, doesn't matter the tour, doesn't matter what event it was, that says how good this performance was relative to some common benchmark. And so just on the right here, I've put the average true strokes gained for various professional tours in 2019. So we've normalized the value to be 0 for the PGA Tour, and then you see the others there. This is more just interesting, I think. So the European Tour is on average 1 stroke worse, according to our model, than the PGA Tour. And for context, that's the difference between the 70th ranked player in the world and the 250th ranked player in the world in our model. So it's a pretty big gap. So sort of, you often hear that margins are super small in professional golf, but exercises like these don't really bear that out, I don't think. Okay, so even with the simple things we've done so far, we can sort of define a benchmark model for golf performance. So what it's going to be is we're going to set each golfer's prediction equal to some weighted average of their historical true strokes gained. And the weighting part is coming from over time. We might want to weight more recent rounds more heavily than more historical rounds. The question I ask here is just, are golfers' skill levels fixed over time? Because even though it looks like golfer performance varies a lot across many conditions, time being one of them, courses being another, golf is so random that if you have enough golfers, funny things will happen even if skill levels aren't changing over time. You'll get really weird patterns across any dimension you want to look. But at the same time, there are certain things. So I've shown Tiger Woods' performance. This is just a 50-round moving average of his true strokes gained from 2004 to 2019. And as you can see, Tiger was absurdly good in 2007, 2008, averaging just over 4 strokes gained per round for some stretches. And this is all relative to the average PGA Tour player. But then in 2017, 2018, at its low point, Tiger was actually performing below an average PGA Tour player. And so this cannot be rationalized in a model with fixed skills. So all of this is just to say that in this benchmark model, we are weighting more recent data more heavily, but you can just determine that weighting from the data anyway. So it's not a decision to be made, really. And as I said earlier, there's always going to be edge cases where you need to, golfers for whom we don't have very much data, or golfers coming off long layoffs, there are various adjustments we have to make. Okay, and at this point, it is important to note, even this is a super simple model. Literally the only data requirement here is round scores for each golfer. But I think anyone who spent time trying to predict golf, this model is surprising. There's so many things you can improve upon in this basic model. But it's still the case that you're not going to improve in like a super noticeable way. You're not going to add something and your predictions are going to be noticeably to the naked eye way better than this benchmark model. It's more going to be the case that, sure, over thousands of data points you can show it's fitting it better, but and this sort of just speaks to the randomness in golf. It's a tough sport to really predict in that sense. Okay, but back to 2 small improvements that we're going to talk about. The first is accounting for the strokes gained categories. So strokes gained, I already used the term once, but what it really refers to, or as most people probably know it, is the creation of Mark Brody in the mid-2000s. So strokes gained provides for every shot hit on the PGA Tour. So they track GPS data on the PGA Tour. And for every shot hit, it allows us to say how many strokes better that shot was than what we would have expected from an average PGA Tour player. So the easiest example is like a 10-foot putt, where we expect a PGA Tour player to hold that out in 1.5 shots. If they make the putt, they gain half a shot. If they miss it, they lose half a shot. And so what we're going to use here to improve our model a bit is not shot level data, but still just staying at the round level. We're going to aggregate the strokes gain data into 4 bins: off the tee, approach, around the green, and putting. And these are statistics that are published on the PGA Tour website. And so what we're going to exploit is the fact that off the tee performance is more predictive than approach and around the green, which are both roughly similar. And then putting is the least predictive. And when I say predictive here, I mean of that category. So how predictive historical off-the-tee performance is of future off-the-tee performance. And that's not surprising for anybody who golfs. Off the tee is mainly driven by distance, and distance is something that just doesn't vary that much day to day. And so that's something we're going to leverage. The other thing here that's more just of interest, and again, this came up in the original strokes gain papers. If you look at the skill distributions here, on the right, essentially what this is saying is what drives performance in the long run on the PGA Tour. So the scales are all the same here, and the takeaway is that the wider distribution in off the tee and approach performance indicates that that's what's separating players on the PGA Tour over the long term. So the variance in skill is greater for those two categories. So that's really what determines who succeeds in the long run. I guess a couple other interesting points. It's actually quite difficult to incorporate the stroke gain categories into a model because they're only available at 80% of the PGA Tour events. And then we have in our model, we have all the European Tour data and the various other tours which don't have it. So you just get tough questions like, suppose that Rory McIlroy is a player who gains 1 stroke per round off the tee, and that's based off just events that have shot length data. And then suppose he goes and plays in a few European Tour events and averages 3 strokes gained total per round, and that's all we know from those events. How should we update his strokes gained off the tee prediction? So that's sort of the difficulty in incorporating this stuff. There are ways to do it, and we are currently working, it's currently in the main version of our model, but it's surprisingly difficult. And one final point here, again, mostly just of interest, is that if you're trying to predict off the tee performance, for example, it's actually the case that historical off the tee performance obviously predicts that well, but even conditional on that, approach performance also has predictive power. And to me, this indicates that there's just some common ball striking component between approach and off the tee, which isn't surprising. There should be. But I guess it's just interesting because you have this golf, there's just so much noise in golf that just the fact that you can have these two measures, they're both measuring something similar. And so I think that's why approach can add predictive power to off the tee. That's just one example. Putting and around the green also display similar things, which is also interesting. Okay, the second improvement. So definitely whenever I have conversations with people about prediction in golf, they always want to talk about course-specific stuff. So golfers who perform better on certain grass types, golfers who've played well at certain courses historically, and as you should probably know just from what I've said so far, this is, I think a lot of these things make sense intuitively, and they're probably real things, but the reality is in golf you need so much data to actually determine whether or not these differences you see are real. Like a golfer performing at significantly above his baseline at some course for 20, 30 rounds, that can easily happen by randomness. But that being said, there are meaningful things to be added to a model by incorporating this stuff. So the two things that we're adding here are course history, so that's just taking account for how golfers have played historically at a given course. And then the more interesting one is probably course fit. So here we're trying to ask the question, which types of golfers have succeeded historically at each course? And player type here is defined by their driving distance, their driving accuracy, and then their approach around the green game and putting. And so what I have here, the visualization, there's actually a tool on our website where you can go through all the PGA Tour courses. But this one's for Augusta National. And so the gray shaded area, if you can, you can see it. That's the average PGA Tour course in the background. And then overlaid that is the sort of the plot for Augusta National. And the takeaway here is that, perhaps not surprisingly, at Augusta, driving distance is over-indexed slightly, and driving accuracy is under-indexed. So that means that when you're making predictions there, you should be giving a bump to inaccurate drivers of the ball and long drivers of the ball. And then just, I guess one more point is that at Augusta, it's pretty much similar at all other courses. Approach around the green and putting just don't vary a lot in terms of how much they favor golfers across different courses. And I don't think that's so much, well, I don't think that necessarily says that PGA Tour courses aren't different in that regard. It's, again, sort of just a data problem. To figure out whether a course favors good putters, for example, it just requires a lot of data to do, and you don't necessarily have that. Okay, and now just sort of stringing these slides together now, we're going to think about how we arrive at Jordan Spieth's prediction at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, which was a few weeks ago when this slide was made. So again, just to recall that we're trying to predict Spieth's expected strokes gained, and actually, what we actually end up predicting is his strokes gained relative to an average PGA Tour player, but you can easily adjust that to make it relative to the field for prediction purposes. So a good starting point is just, like I showed for Tiger, just Spieth's 50-round moving average. So clearly Spieth's been slumping lately. He In the 2015-2016 season, he was performing well above, so that blue line there is what a top 5 player in the world in golf would typically average in terms of strokes gained over a year. So Spieth was well above that, and then he's pretty much lost it recently. And so we have his baseline, which is, again, just based off round scores, adjusted for field strength, at plus 0.5. And then moving to the right, you see our adjustment for the strokes gained category. So Spieth, even though his overall performance is declining, he's actually been putting pretty well recently. So the fact that this performance is driven by approach and off the tee is pretty bad news. So Spieth's actually getting a negative bump in the strokes gained category adjustment just because we don't expect that much regression. He's shown in the last 6 months that he's hitting it pretty bad. So we're not gonna apply much regression to the mean, and he's gonna get a negative bump there. And then, yeah, just to round off here, Spieth has good course history, and he's also a good fit because Pebble historically has not penalized wayward drives too much. So, and then you add it all together, and you arrive at Spieth's final prediction, which is 0.61 strokes per round above an average PGA Tour player. So that's sort of high-level summary of the model. So now I want to switch gears just for a few slides, because a lot of what we do, my brother and I, with our website is centered around data visualization. Probably more than half our time, way more than half our time actually, is spent on these details of the front end of our website. And the best way to probably see our design principles really is just look at the site. But in general, 3 things we care a lot about are, with our web pages, that they're interactive. So just giving users the ability to generate their own plots, just interact with the analysis and the data that we present. This also allows you to present way more complexity. With static graphs, you just can only present so much, you can only glean so much insight from a static visualization. The other big thing we care about is that the pages are lightweight. There's nothing, well, there are some things, but it's frustrating to work with a website that's just slow and heavy. So we only bring in, a lot of our pages have a ton of data on them, but we're only ever bringing in the data that's being displayed. And I think you'll see the website is very fast as a result of this. So tables as well. My brother actually wrote this slide, so I don't know if I'm supposed to yell that, but so we do care a lot about tables. We don't want to just present spreadsheets on our website. So you'll see in the tables on our website, there's always a design philosophy, whether it's like a heat map with the win probability stuff, or a specific column with a small bar chart. Yeah, I think these things matter a lot when you're presenting. Like data visualization can be so powerful. The same analysis can really come off differently depending on how it's presented. Yeah, and then at the end of the day, data visualization is an art. It's rare that the first iteration works out the way you want. So we're always constantly checking, or not constantly, we're always just checking whether or not does it make sense? Does it feel, does my head hurt looking at it? That's honestly a great test for data visualization. Sometimes it's just difficult the insights just aren't popping out at you. Okay, so now sort of like continue with data visualization, but going back to the predictive modeling stuff. One of the more popular things on our website is the win probability stuff. Or the live win probability rather. So for every PGA Tour and European Tour event, we have a page that's updating at 5-minute intervals, cut probabilities, win probabilities. And actually right now, during the Arnold Palmer Invitational, we have what's called the live cut sweat going for people who play fantasy golf. They care a lot about getting their 6 of 6 golfers through, so that's a super popular thing on our website. Yeah, I'm running a bit short on time, so I didn't talk at all about how you actually go from predicted skill levels to probabilities, but the simplest way to do it is just to assume that round level scores are roughly normally distributed, and essentially what we've already estimated is player-specific means, and it's very simple to go to probabilities. So this is just displaying the live predictive model. Again, sort of speaks to what I was saying about trying to emphasize the data that we care about. Phil, this was during Pebble Beach as well. Phil is the favorite here, so I think your attention really does get focused on the cells that we want you to focus on. This is something, the live bet tracking is not on our website yet. We were hoping to have it ready, but that's going to be a cool feature where you can plot you can see the evolution of your expected value on individual bets or on a portfolio of bets over time throughout the tournament. Yeah, and gamblers and myself included, it is really fun to sweat bets in golf, but it's actually quite difficult if you have 20 matchups going on. So this page will also just make it easier for you to, you won't have to click through the PGA Tour leaderboard as much. Okay, so just to wrap up very quickly, because I only have probably a minute before Q&A. Just a few things on model evaluation. So this is pretty basic, just a calibration plot showing, this is from our live predictive model actually, just showing, so how well do our predicted probabilities, in this case for top 20 finishes, match up to actual probabilities. And so you see it does pretty well, but for me, calibration plots are generally, to some degree, they're not that informative. Maybe any model would look like this. It might not be very difficult to have. I mean, if you're fitting a model with standard statistical methods, it's generally going to be pretty well calibrated, unless it's overfit to a large degree. So what we really need is something to compare it to, and for that, we're going to use betting markets. So here, I'm switching gears again, but this is looking at every matchup. So a bet between either an 18-hole bet between two golfers or a 72-hole bet using Pinnacle's odds from 2019. So what we see is that our model is slightly less accurate than their opening line, which, and actually this model is just, in 2019, the model that was in production for us was not including course-specific stuff. It was just the true strokes gain model plus some strokes gain stuff, the category adjustments. But I won't make too many excuses here. So we're actually slightly less accurate than the opening line, and then the closing line at Pinnacle is more accurate than the opening line, which is not surprising. However, insofar as we care about beating the market, it's not about fit. It's about whether or not your model is adding value to the offered odds. So does your model plus the betting market predict better than the betting market by itself? If that is true, then you're not necessarily going to make money, but you're not going to lose. You're going to do better than if you were betting randomly. So you'll lose less money than the VIG would indicate. Okay, so just to finish up here, this is just trying to show. So on the far left column, it's various subsets of bets we're looking at. So if we were to just bet randomly, always on golfer one, at Pinnacle that turns out to be the favorite most of the time, our return would be roughly in line with what Pinnacle's, the VIG is at Pinnacle, which is negative or 103 point, the VIG, or you would expect to lose negative 3.5% if you're just betting randomly at Pinnacle. And then as we move down, so if we have 5% expected value, the actual RO is 1%, and then you can see the other two. So just looking at that, it looks like roughly, so when we're saying expected value is greater than or equal to 5, so on average, let's say 6, 7, we're returning 1%, and the VIG is negative 3.5. So roughly a 50-50 weighted average seems to be going on with the opening line. And I didn't say, this is all relative to the opening line. Okay, and I'm actually just gonna, the other stuff shown here is closing line value. I'm not gonna talk about it because I don't have time. Essentially, the upshot was we add a bit of value, maybe 5-10% to Pinnacle's closing line, but the model really was, we get a lot of closing value on the opening line. So we are adding a lot of value to their opening line, but not necessarily the closing one. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you want to check out the site, this username and password will work for the rest of the day. So, thank you. I guess, yeah, if there's any, I don't know, am I supposed to? Okay, sure. No?
Do you anticipate that ShotLink's expanding and you'll get more data? Like I know we still have a few tournaments with 3 golf courses and we only get data from 1. Is that expanding? Do you know, or?
Yeah, I know people were complaining about it this year on Twitter, but I don't think, it seems like something they should do, but yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, in general, I think that data is going to become more prevalent in the golf data space. Because I mean, right now, we're not actually using any shot level data just because it's not actually available for public consumption right now. But yeah, I think they will eventually do that. Hopefully, I mean, 100% of PGA Tour events should, I think, eventually have it. You'd hope.
In
terms of using the 50-day moving average for strokes gained, did you try using like an exponentially weighted moving average, 20 moving day average? What was the philosophy behind that?
Oh, yeah. That's actually not, yeah, I guess that's actually not in the model. That's just a web page on the site that gives, I guess, a nice 50. I think it's just a reasonable way to see how a player's performance has been trending. Yeah, in the actual model, we're using exponential decay. We're just choosing that optimally to predict strokes gained. Yeah.
We have. Thanks.
Hey everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started now. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today at the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Bobby Rizzo. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce this competitive advantage talk presented by Kraft Analytics Group. This presentation is titled "It's All Hoops: How NBA Coverage, Analytics, Fantasy Basketball, and Gambling Intersect." So if you please join me now in welcoming our speaker on stage, Dr. Andre Snellings, senior writer with ESPN.
Good afternoon, everybody. So again, my talk, It's All Hoops: How NBA Coverage, Analytics, Fantasy Basketball, and Gambling Intersect. So as a senior writer at ESPN, I contribute to several different verticals across the platform. I write fantasy basketball articles, sports gambling articles like what's on the left, daily fantasy on the right. I write on the NBA vertical, bottom left, and I write NBA analytics articles as well. And I use a very similar toolbox and approach for the type of analysis I do for each of those different types of articles. I'll use a toolbox that might include box score stats, per minute stats, per possession stats, impact stats, the plus or minus family, or scouting-based stats like Second Spectrum with scouting software and scouting analytics. And the point of this talk is that that analytics approach is useful across any of those other five, in part because all of those other five are just hoops. They might go on different verticals, but they're all telling the same story and using a very similar set of data to come up with conclusions. So the rest of this talk will be anecdotal. My first main responsibility each season for fantasy basketball is to project the box score stats for about the top 350 players in the league. And those projections live on our website for the whole season. So if you were to go to the ESPN.com's fantasy vertical and sort by 2020 projections, you could see now what I thought the players would produce back in August and September. And we use those projections in a lot of ways. We generate our fantasy draft kits, we make our rankings, we give our advice based on what I'm predicting is going to happen this upcoming season. Well, what about special cases where players are going into an entirely different situation than they may have been in before, like, for example, Pascal Siakam. So last season, Siakam was the most improved player in the NBA. He was the number 2 option on the Raptors behind Kawhi Leonard, and he averaged about 17 points on about 12 shots in 31 and a half minutes a game. Well, of course, Kawhi Leonard was taking his 27 points and 19 field goal attempts to Los Angeles this offseason. So the question becomes, how do you project what to expect from Pascal Siakam? One way to do it is just linear per minute. This is what this guy has been on a per minute basis. He was playing 31 and a half minutes. You project him up to, say, 34 and a half minutes, and those 17 points go up to about 18.6 points. To me, that was kind of the conservative low end. I was expecting a lot more from Siakam this year. Another thing you could do is say, well, he's going to get every one of those 18.8 field goal attempts that Kawhi Leonard was getting. And so you could say, if we look at how Siakam performed with his given set of shots, and we project that to 18.8 shots per game, well, then he's going to be a 27-point per game scorer. You know, like the Three Little Pigs, you know, too hot and too cold. That was kind of my band of he'll be in there somewhere, but that's not what I was expecting. Either end is not what I was expecting from him. So I started looking into things like the scouting analysis on Second Spectrum, and that chart, which is pretty small, it just indicated that last year in ISO situations, Kawhi Leonard and Siakam were producing almost the same points per chance in those situations. However, that question at the bottom is key. How will opponents defend Siakam this year as opposed to how they defended him last year? So we take that second spectrum. One of the things that you can do with that software is go through and watch videos from every play from a given player in a given type of play for the whole season. So that top panel, okay, I can't get a thing up there. That top panel was Pascal Siakam in an ISO situation. He's got the ball on the panel on the far left. He's got the ball ISO'd up top. The man defending him, so Siakam's behind the three-point line. The man defending him is at the free throw line. And if you look, every other defender is staying home on their man. And so as the panels play out, that gives Siakam the ability to just get a running start, run past the man at the free throw line, and get a layup. And so those were the types of looks he was seeing last year as a second option. Well, you go to the bottom, and this is what Kawhi Leonard was seeing. So he's got the ball at the three-point line. All 5 defenders are looking at him. In the second panel, by the time he drives to the rim, he's got 3 men surrounding him, triple teaming him. There's a 4th that, as it plays out, by the time he goes for the layup, comes to challenge. So you're looking at a player being quadruple teamed. The only reason all 5 didn't come at him is that the 5th guy is boxing out Siakam. But what Kawhi was seeing is more indicative of what to expect from Siakam this year was the feeling. So we come back to those predictions, and I ended up with projections that kind of met in the middle. They were 22.4 points and 34.5 minutes per game was what I projected. Through 53 games, it's pretty much on. It was within a point of what he is actually producing, within half a minute of the amount of time he was playing. Now, all of this that I've talked about was a fantasy basketball project. It was a fantasy basketball outlook. And if you look there at the bottom, that first one that says FBA, that's kind of a fantasy basketball outcome. Last season, Pascal Siakam was 26th in fantasy points per game. But based on the projections that we came up that I just was going through with you, he was projected to be 9th in this season's preseason rankings. And so that's on the fantasy front. If I take more of a general NBA articles approach, I would note that there was a lot of analogs between the real plus-minus player evaluator last season and this season and what I projected from the fantasy. In the mid-20s from last season, coming up to being right around top 10 this season. And then the third one on the sports gambling front, because last summer, despite they had just won the championship, the expectation was once Kawhi was gone, the Raptors weren't going to be very good. I was in Vegas, was able to get odds on the Raptors at 100-1 to win the championship. Now, I did not expect them to be that much of a long shot, in part because what's being treated as a breakout season for Siakam, I think was very predictable. And if it was predictable, that meant that the Raptors were still going to have a number 1 option, which meant that the team should not take that large of a step back. So those 100-1 odds, even if the Raptors aren't expected to win the championship right now, at the time I made this slide, they were 5th in BPI. They're one of the best teams in the league, one of the top seeds in the East. They just clinched the playoffs yesterday. And you get to the playoffs, you never know what will happen. And so on the sports gambling front, having a team this good at 100-1 was a very beneficial thing. So this was just an example of how this type of approach is useful across all of these different hoops platforms that I write for on ESPN. This was another example. This one was more sports gambling. I have an article that runs twice a week called Best Bets. And on this particular day, the Timberwolves were favored by 6 points over the Hawks. Now, at the time, I think the Hawks had the worst record, if not in the NBA, then the worst record in the East for sure. But if I looked at recent history, the Timberwolves were in the midst of this terrible losing streak. They'd lost 12 in a row as a team. They'd lost 16 straight that Karl Anthony Towns had played in. And the Hawks, over the previous 10 or 11 games, were closer to a 500 team than a worst in the league type team. So that was kind of a first pass, a first blush, just looking at some numbers to say, you know what, perhaps the Timberwolves shouldn't be favored by that many points. But again, we take it further. We go to the scouting software, this Second Spectrum analytics. One of the things that I tried to do was identify what would be a key matchup for the game. And what I noticed was that Trae Young was #1 in the NBA in on-ball picks used, according to Second Spectrum. And his big man running mate, John Collins, was also a high-volume pick setter. And the Hawks were able to generate points at a pretty good rate out of that set. Meanwhile, on the other side, Karl Anthony Towns measures out as one of the worst on-ball defenders of the picker in this particular set. So it really looked like the Hawks were set up to have a field day. So again, coming back to our usages, sports gambling, that tells me I think that the Hawks have a good matchup and a good chance to win this game. On that night, they did win, and so that was a win in that category. Then on the fantasy front, particularly the daily fantasy, because of what I just went over, what I saw on the pick and roll, or the on-ball pick, I expected Young and Collins to be must starts that night. And again, they put up big numbers, so that helped on the fantasy front. The other thing that was going on right in that same time window, this was right near the trade deadline, and the Hawks were in the midst of pulling off this big trade for Clint Capella. It came out maybe a day or two after this game. And so what the analysis that so far has been for sports gambling or for daily fantasy dovetails perfectly into NBA evaluation. What were the Hawks trying to get out of this trade, and would it be a benefit for them? And so as we look at where they were before, the top center on the Hawks roster was 38th among centers in real plus minus before the trade. So there seemed like there was a need. The Hawks as a team were towards the bottom of the league in both rebounding and field goal percentage allowed. And Capella was one of the best rebounders and shot blockers in the league. So again, there's a macro fit there. But when you go kind of next level, start looking at the Second Spectrum analytics, Trae Young measures out as the top offensive player, the top offensive impact player in the NBA, according to Real Plus Minus. But he also measures out as the worst defensive player in the league, according to Real Plus Minus. And in Second Spectrum, you could tease out some of the areas that he struggles with, including that he's really weak against drives. So a team with him on the perimeter really needs a rim protector to help kind of erase some of those mistakes. And again, you bring in a guy who's one of the better shot blockers in the league. And then the reverse on offense, we just went through how Trae Young really loves running this one-ball pick set with a big man, and Capella has a history of that with James Harden in Houston. So again, just on every level, it seemed that this Capella trade would make sense and should measure out well for the Hawks moving forward. But what about the other side of the deal? So the Hawks traded for Capella. The Rockets traded Capella and brought back in Robert Covington. And of course, this became one of the most famous trades of this season because the end result is the Hawks starting a 6'5" starting center in something that we've never really seen in the NBA. But even at the time, just taking a step back and looking at the numbers, there were a lot of reasons to expect good things for the Rockets from this type of move. One, Covington consistently measures out better than Capella in the defensive real plus minus stats on a yearly basis. Covington measures out as one of the best in the league. But also, just on a specific case basis, last season, we started seeing times when Capella's limitations as a big man defender were really showing up in Rockets games. So in the Western Conference semifinals, their matchup against the Warriors, we saw Capella, who had those dominant regular season stats, 17 points, 13 boards, almost 2 blocks. In the conference semis, those numbers really fell through the floor, including minutes played, because since he had trouble matching up, the team wasn't able to keep him on the court. And so, again, coming back in the second spectrum, looking at the individual plays, the top panel shows Capella when he ended up ISO'd on Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson is thought of as a shooter that hardly ever dribbles. But if you put Clint Capella on him, the second panel is Thompson taking it directly to the rim. And the third panel is him making a layup because Capella is not set up to be able to stop him from getting where he wants with the ball. The lower panel was in some ways a little more damaging, I guess. Out at the three-point at elbow is Andre Iguodala, who's Capella's man, but Capella's under the rim. And so Iguodala's not the best shooter, but you give anybody 20 feet, and as the panel played out, you know, he knocked down the three. And so not only was, on a macro sense, Covington probably a better defender than Capella, but this particular limitation of Capella's would not be an issue for Covington. But of course I'm burying the lead, because the reason that the Rockets were doing this trade was to free Russell Westbrook. Westbrook, who is not a three-point shooter, could not necessarily be out there and maximized with a guy like Clint Capella, who also wasn't a three-point shooter. But you bring in a high-volume three-point shooter like Covington and put him out there with the rest of the Rockets, and now Westbrook is playing 5 out. And looking at the numbers, my expectation would be Westbrook is going to the rim at will, he's scoring at will, his efficiency should get better. And over the last few weeks, that's what we've seen play out. Bringing it back to, okay, so we've done a lot of NBA type of analysis. On the fantasy basketball front, because I looked at those numbers, the first thing that after the trade, the first thing I did was bang the drum that on your fantasy basketball team, if you had an option, you really wanted to trade for Russell Westbrook because he was about to do some really nasty things for the rest of the season. And again, you know, we started to see that play out. So I'll end off with just kind of a few success stories. So a couple years ago when Kawhi was still in San Antonio, all of the questions was, where is Kawhi going next? And so when I looked around the league, I looked at the Raptors and I said, this is a team that has everything but what Kawhi can give them. And so when we made articles for the NBA Vertical about where would we like to see Kawhi go, all of my trades were Kawhi to the Raptors in a package built around DeMar DeRozan. And it just made too much sense to me. So during that time window, like these articles were running in April, May, June. Well, again, in July at the Summer League, the deal hadn't happened yet. The Raptors were 60-1 to win the championship. So on the sports gambling front, those were wonderful odds. Then the trade happens. Now it's really wonderful odds. The trade happens. We go to the article on the right. It was me arguing that if Kawhi's healthy through the whole season, that the Raptors are now championship contenders. And then at the bottom, it played all the way out through the season. I was one of 2 ESPN writers that predicted that the Raptors would beat the Warriors in those finals. And it was all part of this same kind of package with the same type of analytics approach that I was describing before. Another one, the Greek Freak. During the 2017-18 season, I looked at Giannis's production and impact profile, if you will. And it looked very similar to me to what I saw from LeBron James during the 2007-2008 season, all the way down to they were the same age. It was just exactly 10 years apart. And so based on that, I started writing articles and comparisons talking about how Giannis was ready to take over the world, that he was about to dominate the East the same way that LeBron did, that, so LeBron's first MVPs, you know, he won in 2009 and 2010. So the prediction was that Giannis was about to embark on a similar kind of MVP pathway, and that the Bucks were going to be top of the league record-wise the same way that the Cavs have been. And so that's another one that we've kind of seen pan out. And I literally took a screenshot just so you could see the dates that it really was early 2018 when I was talking about this. And then finally, James Harden. I've been at this approach a long time. So on the far left is an article written back in early 2012 when he was still coming off the bench for the Thunder, arguing that based on the analytics, he was a superstar then that was just waiting for a superstar opportunity. And so then, of course, he goes to the Rockets. He proves that he's a superstar. The middle panel was when Mike D'Antoni came in. And I looked at what lead guards had done numerically under Mike D'Antoni's systems. And so in the middle, I make the argument he goes from a superstar to an MVP. And then on the far right, the key line, if I could highlight it, shows up towards the bottom. This is after Chris Paul came to the Rockets, was if they stay healthy, they will be enough to topple perhaps even the Golden State Warriors. And this article was written in the preseason, so I got to game 5 of the conference finals before that if they stay healthy went away. So yeah, the main takeaway for all of this is that utilizing different analytics improves analysis, predictions, projections, and ultimately that it's all hoops. Fantasy basketball, NBA, sports gambling, DFS, analytics, it's all basketball. So we're not telling individual stories that need to be in individual places. We're telling stories that are useful across the entire lexicon of basketball coverage. So with that, is there any questions?
So thank you so much. This is awesome. Hey, sorry.
You've got the sun behind you.
Sorry about that. So I love the kind of like all the different types of like analyses that you conduct. But I was wondering, like, say you have like certain like quantitative stats that don't jive with or don't match up to maybe like the video analysis that you're doing through Second Spectrum. So how do you kind of tackle the potential mismatches between different data sources?
So that's where the analyst comes in. One of the, I guess, walls that I've kind of banged my head against when arguing with people about the benefits of analytics is there's this sense that people that do analytics don't watch the game, and they just look at this libraries of numbers and say, this is how it must be because this is what the number says. And so to answer your question, I think you have to incorporate more information, more data. If you've got your Second Spectrum analytics that are telling you one thing, and you have this other approach that's telling you something different, then you should be able to isolate or tease out, why is it that this is telling me something different? Is it telling me something different because there's some type of error in the way that I'm evaluating or in the way I'm assessing it? Or is it telling me something different because it's catching something that I didn't catch before? And so it's all about the analyst and being able to draw from multiple different sources and come up with a story that fits the data, even if the data isn't always what you expect. Yeah, I'm a kid in a candy store. And so I've got the league pass, and so a lot of times I'm watching based on either if I'm interested in a matchup in particular, or like anybody else, if it's just games that I want to see. A lot of times that's where I will watch immediately. Now, if I have an article that I'm working on or a deadline that I'm working on, then that can kind of sculpt what my general viewing will be. But even if I don't watch a game live action, I could still DVR, go back and watch it again, try to pull out the stats, the important kernels, I guess, of game action to kind of help me to understand what's going on in these situations. And you ask kind of how do I measure success? In a lot of ways like this is not, I mean, well, I guess this time 2 years ago, I was an engineer. I was a full-time biomedical engineer. Now I work at a place where when I go to work, I get a TV that only gets sports channels, you know, and it doesn't feel like real life. So I get to use a lot of the same analytics tools that I used in the engineering world, but apply them to something that's pretty fun, pretty cool. So, you know, I get some success out of that. Oh, okay. Apparently that's my time, folks. Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
try that? Pretty much. I'm going to have you guys come up this way a little bit further. Come up towards me a little more. Good.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start the next presentation now. So thank you again for joining us at the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks presented by Kraft Analytics Group. Again, my name is Bobby Rizzo. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next presentation, Leveraging Data in Sponsorships. So please join me now in welcoming our next speaker, Shelly Kayette, Senior Vice President of Global Partnerships with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. Thank you. Thank you. Is this on? The live on? The lavalier on? Thank you. Wow, it looks like sponsorships isn't as fun as daily fantasy. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm, again, as Bobby said, Shelly Kayette, our SVP of Global Partnerships with the Cavaliers. Happy to be here today to talk to you a little bit about how we are leveraging data and focusing on data to really drive our business in the sponsorship area. So, again, disclaimer and heads up, if you're here to see stats on Kevin Love or Colin Sexton, you're in the wrong session. But somebody has to pay those guys to keep them happy. So that's our area of the business. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing and how we're using data to help really drive that. So a few things just will kind of go back on before we get into the details is one, that the needs of businesses continue to grow and their demand for more data. So in the sponsorship world, our clients are demanding more data to justify the return on investments of our sponsorships. And we have to comply to that. We have to give them what they're asking for so they stay happy. I would also note that data traditionally has, although it's lived in other business sectors and even some in ticket sales in sports organizations, it has not lived in sponsorships. And what I mean by that, when you think of other business sectors, you think of banking, you think of manufacturing companies, even think of Nike as the retail giant that it is. If data fails for those companies, the company fails. They can't operate without data. Sponsorships, on the other hand, is a little different. We approach our business more personally, more customized. We meet with clients. We pitch them pie-in-the-sky ideas that then we try to bring to life. We can have 100 sponsors with our organization. All 100 contracts are extremely different. And so how do you automate that? How do you compile that and compile data to really tell that story? It's tough. And then I would just close with, on that note, that investments in sponsorships, it is growing though. It's been a movement over time. When we look at data and how we leverage data in sponsorships, we look at it in two different buckets. There's external data, so that's what is the client asking for and how are we proving our return on investment to them? And then there's internal data. How are we actually using data in our business to drive our business decisions and become more successful? So I'll start with data externally. As you can see here that we have done a good job in this area. We actually partner with companies like Wasserman, Turnkey. You can see on the upper left-hand side our partnership, legacy jersey partnership with Goodyear. We actually worked with Wasserman and put a significant investment to providing return on investment and showing what all of the assets in that deal is bringing back to them from a media value. Again, we do it with our naming rights partners and other partners that have required that level of return on investment. We also use data externally when you think of benchmarking with digital numbers, our digital stats. We have to show our clients that our metrics, when they do activations with us, exceeds anywhere else they may do activations. We've also used Nielsen. So as many of you know, Nielsen is a great evaluator of media. And so when we have, for example, we're looking at the health of our esports NBA 2K brand, they can actually show us what the value of that looks like. When we have TV visible signage in a deal, they can actually equate that to what the media value is and show that return on investment. In the bottom middle, is also an example. We internally have a group that focuses solely on gathering impressions and data to show what every activation is returning for our clients for every partnership activation. So we've done a good job in that space. I think that attributes to our success. We, from a revenue standpoint, of all leagues, we have multiple teams. So there's the Cavs, we have our AHL team, the Monsters, we have our G League team, Canton Charge, and NBA 2K team, Cavs Legion. We rank, as you can see from the numbers, in the top of all of those leagues in revenue. That is, even when you think of the Cavs, 2 years after a very notable player has left, we still live in the top rankings. And that a lot is attributed to the return on investment that we can provide our clients. You have to justify it. We can't just go and activate without merit. So we've done a good job on the external side. Where we have not done a good job traditionally is on the internal side. So a little archaic there, but the first computer, that's really what I think about how we were living in the sponsorship world a few years ago internally and how we were using data. Excel sheets was our mode of tracking our business. That sounds terrible, I know, for most of you in the analytics world, but that's literally in sponsorships how we operate it. It probably took me 5 spreadsheets to get a report into someone, so it's very time consuming and not effective. We even use a program, Stone Timber River, and this was, again, about 5 years ago. The program literally was a very vertical data program. All it did was take inventory and rate card and spit it back out. So it basically was an automated Excel sheet, is how I would look at it. So we had some work to do. When we looked at how we were, the opportunity we had to really maximize sponsorships, we looked at it in a few ways. One is how are we going to use it to guide strategy? How are we going to use it to really, I would say, put data and analytics in our business organically? It can't just be a one versus the other. It has to really live organically. And then how are we using data to evaluate our business processes and behaviors? This is what my team looks like. A lot of different verticals. There's operations, there's activation, there's multiple properties. I talked about the Monsters and our Cavs Legion team. So how does data sit in the middle of this but connect to all of it, right? And this is what we do. We manage relationships, we drive revenue, and we provide best practices and experiences. Now, how do you use data for that? Anyone have any ideas? It's not easy, but I'll give a lot of credit to our analytics group because this is what we put out forth. Started about 4 years ago and really dove into it these past couple of years. But one thing that we noted is that from our analytics manager, Elizabeth Cotter, her quote is that there's one source of the truth. Now, we're in sales. There's a lot of versions of the truth, right? We tend to go and learn how to story tell and really, again, when we think of big picture thinking, but for them, if we're going to go on this journey, we have to bring it back to one source of the truth, and our whole business lives around that, and that's going to drive revenue and business success for us. So I mentioned Elizabeth Cotter on our analytics group, also John Rodriguez, who's here today. Wave, John, stand up. He's been a big part of really launching this. But this is a quote that was in a case study that was released for them, and it says, with the right people in analytics support, along with a strong data focus, analytics is becoming an organic extension of sponsorships and helping the business make smarter business decisions. And that's really the core of where this all started. We look at this in 2 different ways. So one, what do we need to get it going? One is systems. So we worked with Microsoft Dynamics CRM, Core, Tableau reporting, and we had the systems in place. The big mistake we made is we put the systems in place but didn't have the personnel to run it. Sponsorship people running data is not a good combination. So we really invested, once we invested in the systems, we then made sure we got the right people, again with Elizabeth and John, to help go on that journey with us. It was then important from a leadership standpoint that myself, our president and CEO also were brought into the investment and time that it was going to take on the journey, but also that we got team member commitment. We looked at this in 3 verticals when we talk about how do we take the one source of the truth, the data, and make it work for everyone. And the first area is inputs. So really, what's the integration in the business process look like? So I think about how are we tracking data real time? Like I said, Stone Timber River was a very static system. How are we tracking activity and behaviors on a regular basis? And then how are we creating and seeing those efficiencies? These are some of the areas that we've been able to drive inputs, and I'm going to walk through just a few of them. Our sales pipeline workflow. So this was very important because this is the whole part of our business from selling from start to finish. How do we have that real-time data with 20 different reps doing 20 different things at all times across multiple properties? And so we sat with our analytics team and talked through the process, literally from when we call a deal hopeful, so when we're just talking high-level conversations, to when it's framed and we're actually putting assets together, to when it's pitched, proposed, to when it's closed, and even back to the negotiation process. All of that is now input in the system when it's happening. Then we look at it from a contract workflow. So I'm going to show this one because you think of contract, what does contract have to do with data? Well, back to just the real-time information we were looking for, we had one legal counsel, and I have 40 people on my team. So can you imagine what that looks like when somebody's trying to track down a contract, all right? So it's not efficient. So we literally sat with the same workflow process and created the input into the system where from the time the contract is created by our legal, to the edits, to the red line, to when it's out to a client, to when it's back in-house, we know at all times where it's at. So that input, again, was created to help that workflow. And then last, contact management inputs. This one was a very important one. Client relationships is the basis of our business. If we don't have good relationships, we're not going to be successful. And so we were able to extract and personalize the actual data of who our clients were. So every client is not the same. So you can see here that we were able to extract the decision maker versus a key executive. So a key executive could be someone in the organization, a COO that has influence, but is not the decision maker. We want to know who they are and we want to interact with them, but they're not going to be called when it's time to make decisions. So them versus a day-to-day contact, anyone that is a client of ours, we know who and what they are. So for example, if our CEO wants to call a roundtable for our client CEOs, I don't have to take a spreadsheet of all of our clients, go to all of 20 reps, find out what they're doing, who the contacts are, try to put it together. We can now just say, okay, let's pull decision makers, or let's pull key executives. And now we can get that data real time in reporting. So these are a lot of different other ways that we're able to show inputs, again, through hospitality, all of our events, hard costs, finance and billing. But the one I'll highlight is the calendar in the bottom right. And this, when we set integration into the process, we sat with analytics, and John really led this charge. They had to understand our business for 365 days. What does it look like? And so he really understood what we were doing, what we needed to do, and what we wanted to get the information for, and built out a calendar that then we created more inputs, more reporting from, and now we know our business on a year-round basis. So then we move into output. So now we've got our inputs together, and again, those were just a few. But when we look at what's the visibility of our health, what is our executive leadership seeing? How do we manage the business? I'll talk through a few of those and what we came up with. This one's probably the most important one that actually I look at every day. The top left, an executive revenue report. This report shows every property that we have, ticket sales, sponsorships, all revenue leaders are on this report. It will show you what the revenue is and then where we are to goal with that revenue. It goes around once a week. It can also show what the revenue is versus what contracts are signed and what contracts aren't signed. So again, a lot of information that can come, but to keep all of our properties at visibility so we understand really what the health of our business is. On the top right side, you'll see our pipeline report. Specifically in sponsorship, that's really important because now I need to know what's out there to know what kind of success we're going to have. So I can see how many deals are framed, how many deals are actually pitched, how many deals are negotiating, and I can determine if I need to go back to our team and say, okay, we've got to get some more fish out in the pond, or if we're doing well and this is successful. From my head of revenue, he then doesn't have to sit and have one-on-ones just to get data, right? So from this list, the bottom portion of that report, every rep has every deal that they're working on and the specific activity of the most recent touch point that they've had with that client at any given time. So instead of using one-on-ones every week to gather data, we can now use those one-on-ones effectively to actually make decisions on, hey, we're doing great, we're pacing well, or maybe we need to do some more work. The bottom left is the weekly pulse report. This is only for our president and analytics team, myself and head of premium. It's literally a heartbeat of the business. Once a week, we sit for literally 15 minutes and say, this is where the business is this week versus where it was same day last week. And hopefully, this is how it's grown. Or if it hasn't, here's what some work we need to do. And then on the right side, I left about Excel sheets, but it used to really take us about 5 spreadsheets put together for all of our properties, all areas of the business to find out what our revenue projections are, because you want to use historical data. I'm not going to use same data of where I was in 2018-19 versus where I was in 2017-18 when we were in the height of playing on the court, right? So the historical data now is more automated than it has been before. The finance and billing one I would just highlight, that one's been really important for us. So as the legal counsel had to come and find out where all the contracts were, finance had to do the same. And so what they were able to do was automate this so we know real time, any contract, any payments that are overdue, 30 days, 60 days, and we had a collections problem. We had trouble tracking collections. And in 18-19, we had a 99% efficiency of our financial payments because of this system and the ability to see it real time. And then I'll lead into evaluation, leveraging data to make decisions. So now that we have the inputs and outputs, how are we really making effective decisions to be successful? And so this is an example, rate card evaluation. So how we come up with rate card is we find out what the league average is and what's going on in the league, and then we sort of just throw a dart on the wall and say, we'll go there. Now, we're able to actually put some metrics behind that. So the example up here, if I have an asset that's $67,000, and I can pull all of my contracts and see what we're actually putting against those contracts in the scope of the big contract, right? That's just one asset. So let's just say it's a sign in the arena. If the sign we're selling, rate card, $67,000, but I pull the report, this report that says we're actually only getting $47,000 for it on average, it's only 70% efficiency. So the question is it too high? Are we underselling it? Are we over-promising people in contracts? I can now make better business decisions about what we're doing because I can see what the evaluation is. We're doing the same thing with inventory management. One big thing in all sponsorship business is that other areas of the business don't know what we're selling, right? I'm sure if you have known sponsorship areas of the business, you've heard that before. So what we did is this report shows what's sold and what's pitched by inventory. If it's community relations, they have access to this dashboard. If it's game operations, they have access to this dashboard. So they can see at all times what's pitched and what's sold, and they don't have to come track someone in my area of the business down just to find out data. And then, we're really excited to look at what's next and how we continue to use these metrics and our data analytics to continue growing our business and moving forward. One area that we're looking at is they are really taking a keen focus on prospecting. So compiling data, industry stats, really utilizing platforms like Sponsorship United, YouGov, ZoomInfo, really, but having it flow through analytics so that it's filtered and we can make smarter business decisions. One of the areas that we're working on right now is benchmark pacing. So this is something new that we've not done before. We know roughly when we sell deals. We know before the season, we typically sell more deals. When the season comes, it typically tapers off. That's a generalization, right? What we've been able to do is pull data to say that 2/3 of our deals are closed before October of the season, before the kickoff of the season. With this pacing, saying we're selling roughly 27% to close, we can now create benchmarking to show where we would need to be. Again, these are arbitrary numbers, but let's just say our percent to close is 27%. I now can sit with my head of sales and say we need X amount of dollars out every month from the start of the season through the end of the season in order to get to our goal and have effectiveness and actually be able to reach our goal. So we're really able to take the data and make, again, benchmarking decisions to make us more successful as opposed to just kind of throwing it out there and seeing what sticks. And so, I think in summary, I would say that this process started, it's been a journey. It's really focused and let us make sure that we integrate data and analytics into the business process. It's not separate. Again, we live together. From an output standpoint, we're getting a lot more visibility from top down to everyone knowing the health of the business, where we need to work on, areas we need to work on, and areas we're doing great in. And then from evaluation, we are making better business decisions because of the work of our data team's doing, and analytics team, and how we're incorporating that into how we're selling sponsorships internally. So again, just to summarize, the one source of the truth, we really are going by this model. It's created a lot of transparency amongst other areas of the business. It's created a lot of collaboration. You can see how we work with the legal team, again, with other areas of business and visibility. But more importantly than any of it, it's really helped us to make better business decisions. And so we're top in revenue right now across all our properties, but it's important that we sustain that and continue to grow that. And we really think that more focus on the internal side of data analytics is going to help us to get there. So in closing, to say some success, this was a core case study that went out that our Elizabeth and John were in, talking about the health of the business and how we're using data analytics and integrating that into our business. And we look to continued success from that to continue to drive our business to help have a competitive advantage in business and how we grow our business. So that's it. Thank you. Any questions? Good. Yeah. Thank you. Oh.
Hello, welcome to the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks presented by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Maggie. I am a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce the next presentation, Measuring the Immeasurable, Solving Soccer Analytics Using Machine Learning and Computer Vision, presented by Stats Perform. Please join me in welcoming our presenter, Dr. Patrick Lucy, Chief Scientist from Stats Perform.
Right, hello everyone. So today I'm going to talk about the current state of soccer analytics and things we're doing to solve certain aspects of it using machine learning and computer vision. Before I get started, you probably see that logo down the bottom there, Stats Perform. That may be new to you guys. So last July, something very special happened. Stats, based here in Chicago, or based here in the US, we merged with Perform, we're based in the UK. So in terms of soccer, what that means is that brands like Opta, Opta Pro, Running Ball, Watch and Bet, Omnisport, we're all part of one family. So when you consume sports data, especially soccer data, whether it's media and tech, if you Google a score, ask Apple Siri, Amazon Alexa, that data comes from us. All sports books use our data, especially in team performance. So a lot of teams use our Opta data, or whether it is our SportView tracking data, and some teams use our Running Ball data. And so a lot of innovations has happened in soccer. So back in 2012, so most of you would be familiar with expected goal value. I actually presented a paper here on expected goal value using tracking data back in 2015. We've progressed a lot, and it's what we're very proud of. It's in the mainstream media now. So BBC Match of the Day, they use this, and it tells better stories. More recently, Amazon Prime used our live win probability model in their OTT broadcasts in December. So again, as an AI group, we're very proud of that. Tracking data in soccer has actually been available since 1999, okay? So it can legally drink here in the US. So we've done a lot of good work with this. So we have passing models, our risk and reward. Just with our event data, we've done a lot of stuff. So I'll talk about possession value. So Opta are pushing that out now. So our possession value can now evaluate every action during a possession that leads to a shot or a goal. A couple of years ago, we were part of work that did ghosting. So we did this for soccer and basketball. So what you're seeing here is red is the attacking team and blue is the defensive team. Yellow is the ball. Using our representation that I'm going to talk about a bit later, we can actually simulate how a specific defense can actually move. And more recently, we're actually looking at body pose. So if you go to our stand, we have some things on body pose. However, in terms of what needs to be done, there's still a lot to be done in terms of soccer analytics. Soccer is very, very complex. It's 11 on 11, it's low scoring, it's continuous. And that makes it very difficult to analyze. So if you look at a sport like basketball, basketball's 5 on 5, and it's very advanced in terms of the language that they use. They can discretize every event, every planned possession into this very high-level language. But in terms of soccer, it's very difficult to do that. Again, it's 11 on 11. We have players moving around, and it's really hard to formulate a description of this in a discrete way. And so I like to use the example of formation, okay? So we all know what formation is. It is the pillar of analysis in soccer. Now, before the game, we know the lineup, and we can say, well, this is the canonical formation of this team. Now, that's very hard to measure. So when we have data during out the match, we actually can see, well, this is the average touch position. And this highlights the issue that we have in soccer. Players move, it's dynamic. It's very hard to quantify this very complex thing. But I'm going to show you how we've solved that. The second thing is the data coverage. It's a data problem. It's not that the fact that tracking data doesn't exist, it is that we just don't have uniform coverage across all leagues. So I don't think anyone will debate me in the fact that we're going to have the best metrics using tracking data. However, in terms of coverage, so here in the US sports, we're very lucky that basically we have one dominant league. We have the MLB, NBA, NFL, NHL. So they have one entity that can have a league-wide deal, and all the teams just have that data. So when you look about it, if you look at it in terms of soccer, in terms of the data coverage that we have, in terms of our F24 event feed, we cover 55 leagues. Okay, so we want to compare players across 55 leagues, and we don't have tracking data to do that. And the leagues that do have their tracking data, they're not going to share it with the other league. So for example, I'm in the English Premier League. I want to bring in a player from the Bundesliga. I haven't got access to the Bundesliga data. So in terms of making recruitment decisions using tracking data, I can't do that. So I have to use event data. I'm going to show you how we can do that. And the third thing is there has to be a shift from metrics. Okay, what I mean by that is sport is very complex, especially soccer, and the same with basketball. So we have video, we have tracking data, we have events. Okay, that happens every day. Every night there's a game happening. And so the software backend, the ETL, just kind of storing the video, the interactive interfaces, takes a lot. And what we're finding is that teams are actually wanting to build this tech stack. You know, there's a lot of maintenance and there's a lot of cost associated with that. But really what teams should be doing is asking specific questions. They should be using a sports platform to ask those questions. And I'm going to show you our AI platform to enable teams to do that. So for the next 15 minutes, I'm just going to go through three main things. So number one is using tracking data in interactive interfaces. I'm going to show you how we can solve some of the strategy problems. Number two, I'm going to show you using our event data how we can help teams make better recruitment decisions, compare players, and also do simulation. And the third thing I'm going to talk about is the progression of computer vision. So very lucky in basketball, we're undertaking this very grandiose goal of digitizing all college sports. We have an excellent relationship with the Orlando Magic, who are very forward-thinking. And this is going to pervade all sport, collecting this deep data to make better decisions. And I'm going to talk about what we can do there and how it can apply to soccer. Okay, so I really like to use this example. So this guy here, he's the Bill Belichick of English football. Okay, so it's Marcelo Bielsa. He's the manager of Leeds United. And so for those who remember this, so January 2019, he actually got caught, or his team got caught spying on Derby County. So Frank Lampard was the manager there. And what followed was that the next day he did this 70-minute presentation. He basically said, well, this is what we do in South America. I'm a professional. To do analysis, to break down teams in terms of strategy, what we do is that we have an upcoming team, we analyze all the games that they played, and we spend 4 hours doing that. And that 4 hours is basically doing these things, is analyzing the formation, breaking it down in 5-minute chunks, and also analyzing all their set plays. We do that because that is professional behavior. However, this is a shortcoming of the technology. You know, as Stats Performer, a technology company, we've let these teams down badly because they're still doing this. You know, they're spending all this time doing this very subjective, time-consuming things. Technology should be able to solve it. Now, the problem is that tracking data. You think, well, I have tracking data. Can't I just use the average position of the players? The answer is you can't, because tracking data is noisy, okay? Players move around. So just say you take a half of tracking data, it's the same for basketball, and you have their identity and you plot it. This is what it looks like. It's this noise. What we actually want to do is get the underlying structure. So we use an unsupervised method to actually learn the permutation. So the noise with tracking data is permutation. I'm not going to talk about the method here because I've done that over the last decade. We have 13 papers on this. You can go to our website and check it out. But what this enables us to do is do formation analysis. And so I'm going to show you our Edge platform. We have the league-wide deal for the Serie A in the French league. I really like using the example of Inter Milan here. Inter Milan have Antonio Conte. They have a nice back three. So what we can do is say, well, this is their average position. Let us click on roll, which is what we do for formation. Now we can see immediately they play with a back three. So it's a 3-5-2. We can also see how much a player is in a certain position. And then we can break it down in terms of the context. So what was their formation when they're attacking and also defending? Because we have these measurements here, we can actually plot that on the interface as well. We can see, well, what was the compactness? What was the team length? What was the deepest defender? And I can show that, okay? So what took 200 hours, we can do in 30 seconds. And we can break it down at different contexts as well. So let me see the formation when there was a counterattack, or when there was a build-up. Or what we can actually do too is say, well, what was the formation when a ball was in a certain location, or across a certain time period? There are infinite queries that we can do here You just cannot discretize it into these buckets. You need this interactive interface to do this. So this is a really good example of where machine learning as well as interactive interfaces can enable domain experts, such as coaches and analysts, to get the answers to the questions that they have. So instead of spending 200 hours, they can do this less than a minute. And it's objective as well. So another thing to do is actually breaking down individual players. So we can look at a team in terms of a structural, their formation, how their structure varies over the game. But also what we want to do is break down a single play. As I said, soccer is 11 on 11. We have all these motion paths. We see from the game on the weekend, Mbappe goes down the right-hand side, it's across to the back post. Now, if I was to query that, how many words would I need to use to describe that? If I want to model all the players, their velocity, their position, their acceleration, the events, a picture tells 1,000 words. So why don't we have that as our language? And so the answer is we do. We have a visual-based language, and using our Edge platform, we can actually do this. So we can go to the game that happened on the weekend. So PSG won 4-0. So what we can do is show the tracking data with the video. We have these timelines where we can give context. So if I know what's important during a match, I can immediately go there. And so during the build-up, you can imagine if you're a coach or an analyst, you can have our, so this is all web-based. I can see this play. You can see Mbappe go down the right, and you go, well, stop. Tell me everything about that. How often have they done that? How often has that led to a shot? How often has that led to a goal? And so you see the system is thinking here. We can say, well, that happened in the French League 1,300 times, led to 100 shots and 30 goals. But also, we can show all the ranked list here of all the players. And so you can click on these and get the video immediately. Okay? So we can do this for soccer and basketball, but that's the power of having this platform. Machine learning and interactive interfaces allows us to answer these questions. The third thing here I'm going to show is our set play analysis. So 30% of goals come from set plays. Now, that's why they spend so much time doing analysis on there. And so what we have here, so Juventus in the Serie A are leading goal scorers from corners. So what we can do is condition on in-swinging and out-swinging. We can say, well, okay, so on the back post, I want to see the video of Juventus on the back post from the left-hand side there. Click of a button, I can surface all that video, create a playlist. Or what I can actually do is say, well, let's look at the right-hand side. I want to actually see the running patterns of these players. So these are things that you can't do before this. So with the tracking data, I can say, well, Cristiano Ronaldo, he starts at the back post there. He tends to run to the near post. So what happens when we have a shot from a corner? We say, well, Bonucci is in there too. He starts from the back post, but then he makes a run to the back post. So again, at a click of a button, you can get this and cover this insight using tracking data and interactive interfaces. So we're really proud of that. So I think we have our booth outside. If you actually want to demo the software, Ben, product manager there, he can step you through it. But we're really proud of what we've done, and feel free to test it out. The second thing I'm going to talk about is how we can make better recruitment decisions using event data. So instead of me talking about it, I think it's best to use an example to highlight the problem. So fundamentally, the question is, how can we compare two players just using event data? So we like to use this example. So we have Roberto Firmino here, and we have the Bayern Munich striker, Robert Lewandowski. In old language, they're called number 9s as strikers. However, they're different. They have different roles for their team. They play in two different leagues. The question is, how can we use event data to compare players? But also, as I highlighted before, it's very important to interact with it. So can we have features which are interpretable, tunable, and interactive? And so the solution that we've come up with is to kind of build player and team attributes. And really the way that we think about it and to describe a player is via these 3 big buckets. Number 1, we want spatial attributes. Okay? The second thing is we want contextual attributes. So how do they fit into their team? But also, we want to know how good they are. Can they execute a pass in a certain region? Can they actually get at the end of a corner from a certain area? And so using our event data, we can actually create these descriptors. And so just to highlight some of our touch maps, I'm going to go in a bit more detail using that example before. But I'm going to highlight some of our team playing styles there. So what we can do with our event data is break it into these 8 semantic description, so counterattacks, high press, crossing, and that way we can describe a possession via these semantic labels. We can go a step further by associating certain possession trajectories associated with these playing styles as well. A big thing that the soccer community has done a really good job of is coming up with these expected metrics. So instead of having a 0 or 1, for a failure or success for a pass or a shot, we can come up with these machine learning classifiers to actually see where they are on that continuum. So we have measures of quality in terms of these metrics, but also we can come up with these heat maps. So similar to what they do with baseball. We want to see where a player is hot and cold in terms of not only their passing, but also how they finish. And we can do that for strikers, midfielders, and also goalkeepers as well. Now, when we look at these spatial heat maps, so actually to do this, what you do is you get an occupancy map, and then we use non-negative matrix factorization, and we can break these factors. And what's really nice about this is that it's interpretable. So we can see that Lewandowski, his most active factor is receiving the ball on top of the 18-yard box there. And he tends to generate around the goal. But when you look at Firmino, he tends to drop deep. He tends to drop deep to the right to get the ball. And we can see this with their attributes in terms of playing style. So the top one there for Firmino, so build-up. He tends to drop deep. He gets heavily involved in build-ups compared to Lewandowski, where he actually doesn't. So again, this captures how they play, but also we can do this in an interpretable way. So as I mentioned before, we have these other measures of quality, such as risk and reward of passes. So here we just kind of highlight how we do this. It's just an example saying, well, in certain areas of the pitch where there's no one around, you're more likely to make those passes. But as you get further up the pitch here, they're more dangerous. So you're more likely to not execute on that pass. Another thing that we have here I touched on before is our possession value. So as we see here, what this action of Lacazette did in this situation would only contribute 1% to creating a chance. But we can actually break plays down, and now we can value all of these actions. We can put this all together into these descriptors, and we can come up with this really, really rich description of each player. And so what this leads to is we can now do some clustering. Now that we have the representation, we can do clustering, and we can break these players down into these certain groups. So what we do is that from this representation, we use Gaussian mixture model clustering to actually break these into these kind of 5 super clusters. And then within that, we have 29 clusters, which we then break down to 19. And I'm just going to highlight some of these clusters here. So we basically now have 19 types of roles in football that we've actually found from this event data. So in terms of these defensive player clusters, we've broken it down to these recyclers. So in the English Premier League, we have Dunk, who we can class as a recycler. In terms of the progressors, Varane from, I think, Real Madrid, we can class him as one of those. The director, if you look at the Premier League stats, so Virgil van Dijk, he has the most touches and most passes. We can class him as a director, and we can do this in an unsupervised way, similar to John Stones and Gerard Piqué. In terms of out-wide players, we can see, the caretakers, so Wan-Bissaka, who's now at Manchester United, we can class him as one of these players. In terms of risk takers from out wide, we can see that Mark Brighton can fit within that category, as well as zone movers. We can see that Robertson from Liverpool, we can class in terms of that role, and playmakers. So we have Alexander-Arnold from Liverpool. We can class him in that bracket. So in terms of middle players, I'll talk about Jorginho later. So he's more of a conductor. And then we can see the dynamos. You can think of Kante and Havertz there. So again, the idea here is if I'm doing recruitment, and I'm going to show you how we can do this with software, if I have a certain player and I want to find a player like that, maybe at a different league, instantaneously I can find those players using our system. So in terms of attacking players, we can see that Messi and Firmino basically play a similar role. So just say Messi gets injured, maybe Barcelona may want to get Firmino. So it's around that. But how could you really replace Messi there? In terms of strikers, we can see that Hazard and Sterling are in a similar bracket there, and the example that we showed before, Lewandowski and Zapata around that same bracket. Now, how we use this in our software, and we're releasing this Edge recruitment software very, very soon, the idea here is that, well, I'm Chelsea, I have Jorginho. I want to find players, maybe 7 players like Jorginho. Show them. But what we can see on the left there, we have these interpretable interactive features that I can slide, and depending on that query, I can surface those players. Or there could be different things there could be different dials that I have, and it could be in terms of possession value. So I just may see, well, I want to find a player who brings me the biggest possession value, and you can start to choose players that way. And again, it's an assistive tool. There are other attributes that go into this, but you can maybe check your gut or find players that you may not have thought of, considering how big the world of football is and given how many leagues that we actually cover. Now that's good, so we're very proud of that solution as well. And so we can do these player comparisons, but what about simulation? And what I mean about simulation is if I bring a player in, can I simulate how they would perform in a certain situation? So the example that I like to use is from the Champions League a couple of years ago. I'm not going to play this video. I think everyone probably knows what happens next. So we have Gareth Bale who shoots from 35 yards out, goes through Karius's hands. And what Liverpool did next was really interesting. So they got the checkbook out and they paid a lot of money to AS Roma. I think at the time it was a world record fee. They paid £67 million for Alisson Becker. And using this technology, we can actually see the idea behind these personalized predictions actually is with expected metrics, expected goal value or expected save value, what we're doing is seeing what the league average player would do in that situation. That's not really what we want. We want to know what that specific player will do in that situation. So given this shot, we can say, well, Karius, his likelihood of saving that is 95.5%. Alisson is 96.5%. And the way that we do it is that we can actually come up with these spatial descriptors and personalize. And the power of this is that given that descriptor, not using their identity, but using these embeddings, we can put Alisson in goal for Liverpool for that season and see how many goals they would have been better off. Using this approach, we can say, well, hey, Liverpool would have been 7 goals better off. And so we've actually turned this into a metric. So I'm not sure if you followed the news, so Alisson's out injured. So he'll miss 3 games and he'll have his replacement. We can actually start to simulate what his replacement would have in terms of expected save value there. And using this, we've actually come up with our goalkeeper rating. So ESPN actually surfaced this before the Champions League final last year. And if you go to statscoreindex.com, you can actually find our most recent ratings. So the intuition with the rating here is that we can simulate each player against every shot in that league, okay? And now we can average it to the league average and see how many goals per game a goalkeeper would have been better off. So we can see that Alisson is dominating the English Premier League. For La Liga, we can see that Jan Oblak, he's not number 1, he's actually number 2. In the Bundesliga, so we can see Trapp is the leading goalkeeper there. In Serie A, we can see the Juventus goalkeeper is leading. And then in terms of League One, we can see Rulli is now the best goalkeeper. And so we update that every week. You can go to that website and you can find our simulation there. Now, the last thing I'm going to talk about is, again, we have really nice solutions using our event data, but we want tracking data from every game that's been played. And so, as I mentioned before, we have an excellent relationship with the Orlando Magic. Again, they're very forward-thinking. They know how they want to use this data. It's up for us to collect that data. And our goal for all sports is to make, so given our footprint and tracking data, it's really small when you think about where all the video is. So if you go back in time, from every game that's been played, we have all this video, but we haven't got any tracking data for it. Our goal is, using our technology, is to actually match what we have video for with tracking data. So that's our goal as a company to get to that point. And so computer vision has come a long way, and using body pose detection, using advances in calibration, we can actually start to track every action, every player, and every frame. And the reason why we use body pose here is that it's the best detector out there. Okay, we don't use bounding boxes. Bounding boxes aren't good enough. We need to use skeletons there to do that. And the really nice thing here is that we can go back in time. And so we can go back to these English Premier League classics, and then we can go back and compare, say, maybe Thierry Henry to maybe Firmino. We can do those comparisons now. And as I said before, we're doing this for basketball. And the thing is, you can do a prototype. You can get it working once for a 2-minute clip. But doing this for 10,000 games, that's tough. That's really tough, and this is what we're embarking on. And so we're doing this for basketball. It's been a great journey, and we're doing this for soccer as well. We started doing this for soccer. But doing this at scale, dealing with all the edge cases, this is the really tough stuff in AI. And this is, as a group, this is what we're investing in. And this can lead us to all sorts of nice applications. It's not just collecting tracking data. I showed these nice interactive interfaces, but why can't we just interact with the video itself? Okay, I'm watching video, especially as we're going to over-the-top, OTT. Why can't I interact with the video directly? And so this is what we can start to do now. So this is out of our innovation group. And what we're able to show here is that we have all the information. So using our AutoStats approach, we can actually start to surface all the information on the actual video. I should be able to click on any player there. I can come up just where their basic stats or their really advanced stats. I should be able to do visual search. I should be able to do all these things. And so you can think about it coming full circle. We have all this information here. Video is the kernel of all knowledge. We should be able to embed that and lead to these interactive questions and just allow anyone to answer whatever question that they want whenever they want. So that's the overall vision there. So that's it. So just to summarize, so we're doing a lot of great stuff with strategy analysis using our tracking data. We can use event data to come up with better recruitment decisions there, but ultimately what we want to do is put that all into the video and using our AutoStats technology with smart interactive interfaces and machine learning, we can do that. So if you're interested in learning more about this technology, you can go to our websites. We do have a booth outside, and the team here would be more than happy to address any questions that you have. So I appreciate your attention. I'll be around for the next hour and a half, so I'll be happy to answer any questions there. So thank you very much.
Hello, we hope that you're enjoying the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference Competitive Advantage Talks presented by Kraft Analytics Group. My name is Maggie. I'm a first-year MBA student at Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce the next presentation, Data-Driven, How the Giants Are Using Analytics to Satisfy Parking Demand. Please join me in welcoming to the stage presenter Rocky Koplick, Vice President of Business Analytics from the San Francisco Giants.
Thank you, Maggie. Good afternoon, and thank you, Maggie. Appreciate the warm introduction. I'm Rocky Koplick with the San Francisco Giants. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for not leaving when you heard the title about parking demand. Not the sexiest topic at the conference. I'm guessing you're here for one of three reasons. There's not great competition against me in this time slot, perhaps. I don't know. I didn't look. You're here to heckle me. Or maybe you recognize that analytics and data can have a positive impact on the customer experience in any way that we can leverage it. And when you think about the customer experience, door to door, or in this case, maybe driveway to driveway, parking is a big part of that experience. We've done a lot of research in this space, surveying, and what we found is for Giants fans, in any case, coming to our ballpark, Oracle Park, how many folks have been to Oracle Park, by the way? Well, thank you. Appreciate your attendance. If you drove, we found that your Net Promoter Score is significantly less than if you took public transit, or you walked, or you bicycled. And so we have some work to do in that space, and that predates what I'm going to talk about today, which is some further constraints in our parking resources because of development in the neighborhood. So let's start first with kind of an overview of the history of parking and Giants baseball. The Giants moved to San Francisco in 1958. We played in the city for 2 years, a neighborhood called Potrero Hill. Seals Stadium, which was the prior home to the Pacific Coast League, San Francisco Seals. And then they built a modern facility, a Candlestick Point. A lot has been talked about with Candlestick Park over the years. Most of it concerned wind. It was built south of the density of San Francisco, still within the city boundaries. But as was kind of the case back then in constructing these ballparks and sports facilities, the focus was on practicality, and practicality really equated to parking. And so when the ballpark was first introduced, the left-hand slide, the capacity was about 45,000 people, 13,000 parking spaces. So we made sure that folks who really didn't have a lot of other options in terms of how they got to the ballpark would have plenty of parking supply. Several years later, the 49ers became co-tenants, again, kind of in line with what was happening with facilities then. It became a multi-use facility for the NFL and Major League Baseball, 60,000 plus capacity, but still plenty of parking to accommodate that. Fast forward now to 2000. We've had one ballpark by 4 different names, so don't get confused as I go through the history of our ballpark over 2 decades. But when it was first introduced as Pacific Bell Park, and I wish I had a laser pointer to show, but at the very top of the screen, hopefully you can see where the ballpark is. All of that white and kind of greenish blue is water, so we're on San Francisco Bay. We have McCovey Cove over the right field wall and that channel area, and our main parking resources are all south of the ballpark. And as you can see, there's plenty of blue there highlighting the parking. Even though this was much more in kind of the downtown area of San Francisco, it's still on the southern edge of a neighborhood called South of Market, and surprising lack of development in that space given its proximity, about a 15-minute walk to downtown San Francisco at that time. And so we had plenty of pavement and plenty of parking available. Having said that, and again, a pointer would be helpful here because I could point out more specifically, but there is a terminal for Caltrain Rail, which services the peninsula and the South Bay. That's on the left-hand side of that picture. Right at the footstep of the ballpark are train stations, or platforms, I should say, and bus stops for Muni, which services public transit needs within the boundaries of San Francisco. In about a 15-minute walk, you can get to BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, which takes you to the East Bay and points beyond. And so while we still had plenty of parking, we were very much changing kind of the narrative around how people got to the ballpark, encouraging the use of public transit. Walking, you can get, again, from the financial district in about 15, 20 minutes. You can do it along the waterfront for an even nicer walk, slightly longer, but very pleasant. And so that was the reality that we moved into, and we were very well positioned to handle really any mode of transportation that people would choose. Move ahead now. 10 years forward, you can see a lot of development. If I go back again, you'll see sort of some of those spaces just to the left-hand side of the ballpark, which is west, have been developed. Also in that area just kind of to the middle of the slide, there's a lot of development that's beginning to occur. The neighborhood is maturing, there's residential condos and the like going in, and our parking resources are adjusting to that. If you look at the bottom part, we're now have control of a lot that's a little bit of a further distance, but adds to our parking, and we've got 4,000 spaces, still plenty to accommodate the need. Now, 10 years later again, this is the last couple of years. One point of interest for a lot of you in the room, at the very bottom of the screen, you can actually see the new home of the Golden State Warriors. You see that arena down there? So that's the Chase Center, very much within walking distance from our ballpark. Again, that was a space where we had parking previously. We don't anymore, and instead what's there is now a facility that is beautiful and attracting a lot more sports fans and entertainment seekers into the area, creating more demand even for parking as our resources dwindle even further. And now we enter into a new era even still. The Giants, in a partnership with developer Tishman Speyer, after 10 years of sort of grueling approval processes and planning and the like, have finally broken ground in the last couple of months on a real estate development project that is occurring right in that main parking lot area that we call Lot A, and it's called the Mission Rock Development Program. And that development is going to be very substantial in size, 8 acres of open space, 2.7 million square feet of commercial, retail, residential. Very proud to say that among the residential inventory, 40% is going to affordable housing, which is a very dire need in San Francisco. So it's a project that is really important to the San Francisco Giants, going to help diversify our revenue streams, but it does have a very real impact on everything I was just talking about and the access to parking around the ballpark, which has a significant impact on our customers, obviously. And so here's what it looks like in a little bit more detail. Where you see on the left-hand side numbers 1 through 5, that is phase 1 of a 4-phase project that's occurring at Mission Rock. Phase 1, or option 1 over there at the top, obviously, is open space, and then you have 2 23-story residential towers and a couple of slightly smaller 8-story and 13-story office buildings. But that all used to be parking. So on the right-hand side, you can see that Lot A is cut in size dramatically, and the result of that is for 2020, where last year we had 2,400 spaces, we now have 1,800, and that represents now a significant problem. Our season ticket base in particular, as well as our premium customers, have come to rely on this parking resource. And so what to do about that? And that's what I'm finally getting to here. So at the Giants, we've done a lot of analytic work and data work in ticketing specifically for a lot of years. We did not, however, have a dedicated business analytics department until January of last year. So we're sort of new to the game. And what we did, of course, in taking on that responsibility was to try to put an infrastructure in place that incorporated many new data sources that were beyond ticketing so that we can provide guidance and information and strategic support to a number of departments beyond ticketing. And it wasn't soon after our creation that we got tapped on the shoulder by our transportation lead, Josh Carlin-Resnick, and said, well, what can you do for me? We have this very real problem that's occurring, and we're not exactly sure how to tackle it. And so we thought about what data we had access to. And really what it came down to is we had parking sales, we had parking scans, and we had resale activity. And this is really related only to those who are buying in advance, season ticket holders and rental customers. Season ticket holders can buy only full season packages. We only sell full season tickets, by the way, and so that sort of made sense to us for a lot of years. What we found was that they weren't necessarily using it terribly effectively. We were able to slice and dice by a lot of different criteria. Day type specifically became one that was of great value to us. We think of day type 4 different categories. Weeknights, for us that means Monday through Wednesday night only. Different demand factors for early week. Late week is a category for us. We think about Thursday and Friday night. Weekends don't really see much of a difference in demand, whether it's a night game or a day game, so we categorize those together. and weekday. And what we found was that it was really weekday that represented the most demand, not only because of Giants fans, but our parking vendor partner, InPark, also sells to commuter parkers, and so you had to add that on top of what we were seeing. And so a lot of analytics went into trying to understand what was the real demand, what was really occurring, what were the usage rates, and how could that inform our strategy. This was the main takeaway. Those weekday games that we were talking about represented the most demand. And obviously, if we could solve for the problems on the games that have the most demand, then we're well positioned to solve for all games. 2019 demand, which we're sort of assuming carries over to 2020 in a very similar way. There was a need for 2,400 spots. Our supply is only 1,800. So we have a problem that we need to address there. And it was more clearly quantified and articulated through the work that we were able to put together. Some other findings. Season ticket holders, on average, were using only 61% of their parking tickets. Again, we were asking them to buy if they wanted to have assurance that they were going to have parking available to them. We were asking them to buy the full season. They did not need the full season. They were only using 61%. What they were doing was posting their tickets for resale on StubHub, which had a very active, robust demand, and they were having success selling. Not surprisingly, when people purchase on StubHub, as is the case with tickets as well, the scan rates are very high. People are making more last-minute decisions. They have more intention of actually coming to the games. We were seeing scan rates well above 90%. You couple that all together, and on average, we were seeing more than 300 parking passes selling on StubHub, being used by customers of ours who are not season ticket holders. Still very important to be able to satisfy that demand, but not kind of at our core customer base that we wanted to protect. And so that was a reality that we became more keenly aware of. So what was the strategic plan that kind of evolved from all of this? First off, parking passes are no longer going to be eligible for resale. If we did nothing else and just made that decree, that would create a lot of dissatisfaction among our season ticket holders. They are operating in a scenario where they're spending a lot of money on parking, using less than 2/3 of it, trying to offset their losses that might occur by selling it, and now we're going to tell them not to sell. So we needed to couple that with another approach. And so what we did is, you still have the option as a season ticket member, if you like, to buy full season parking, but we also introduced what we're calling the new parking marketplace. I don't know if any of you have familiarity with tickets.com, but they have some technology. They are a ticketing platform and partner that allows folks to manage their tickets through something called MyTix. We're using an element called special offers to basically provide them access to inventory, and they can purchase tickets for parking up to 24 hours before a game. They no longer need to commit to the full season. So if you don't intend to use 80 games worth of parking, we're asking you not to buy it any longer. And that, coupled with the restriction around resale, is sort of taking 300 parking passes out of the mix on your average game day. In addition, the marketplace, really importantly, we're now leveraging non-Giants controlled lots. I'll show you a little bit later in the slides that there are a number of parking resources, independent parking resources in the area around the ballpark, a half-a-mile radius, a mile radius. And if we can get that inventory more into the mix, make our fans aware of that, give them the option to buy it in advance, then that's to our benefit. So for our very best customers, season ticket members, and some sponsors that are participating in this marketplace, we're now funneling inventory through relationships we're developing with independent parking lot owners by building the inventory in tickets.com and making it available where they now have access to these additional resources. In addition, we're using price, this is the bottom bullet, to skip over the employee piece for just a moment, to drive demand. There are some Giants-controlled lots and also some of these partnerships that are not controlled by the Giants that are north of the ballpark, so north of the water channel that I was showing on earlier slides, which is much more beneficial to the Giants in terms of managing congestion and managing demand, to have people funnel that way, where we're pricing our parking inventory lower than we are in areas that are south of the ballpark. We're also doing some things with regard to price on the higher demand games like weekday and weekend games to try to drive demand to the places that we want it to go. We're not, frankly, very confident that pricing in and of itself can have much of an impact. We're not sure how elastic or inelastic demand for parking is. People have a need, but if we could give them other options that are a little bit less expensive, maybe we can inform their decisions. With regard to transportation benefits, previously for front office employees, the only subsidy that folks would receive if they chose to activate it would be with regard to a greatly subsidized monthly parking pass, which obviously adds demand to a constrained environment. And so we've now rolled out greater subsidies related to public transportation options, and we're also providing the option for Giants employees to receive a rebate. If you have a parking pass and you choose not to use it for a day game where we really need those spots, we'll give you your money back. So just trying to get creative about how we attack this. This is a little bit of a deeper dive into the broader parking supply that's not Giants controlled. And you can see that first circle represents a half a mile, and there are 1,300 additional spaces that we could leverage. We don't have partnerships or relationships with all of those, but we're getting better and making a dent in what we can surface in advance. Within 1 mile, it's a total of 3,200, so another 2,000 basically added in. And you're talking about there maybe a 12-minute walk, so really not at all bad. One other thing that I would say with regard to this, a creative partnership that's coming out of this, there's an app called Spot Hero. I think they have it here in Boston and around the country. Has anybody heard of it? So I hadn't, so you guys are ahead of me. But effectively, it's an app where you can see availability of parking in different parking structures. You can pre-reserve, you can purchase, you're issued a parking pass. And through that relationship and data from them, we're going to have the ability to understand pre-reservations, pre-purchases, demand in advance, begin to be able to do projections of how many people we think are going to demand parking for a given game. And we'll also have a partnership with Park Jockey, which is a parent company of InPark. They have all the technology infrastructure that supports scanning at the various parking lots. They're going to provide that infrastructure to some of these independent lot owners that we're partnering with. And that will help us understand what's really occurring with regard to usage rates and scan rates and the like. And that will be inclusive of any purchases that are occurring through Spot Hero. So we really have a much more comprehensive approach. And generally speaking, I should point out too, we're not terribly concerned about revenue generated by our parking. After we pay taxes and the Port of San Francisco, where this land sits, and settle up with our vendor partner, we're talking about maybe 20 cents on the dollar. It's far more important to us that our customers have a positive experience, have access to parking that they can rely on, that they can purchase in advance, that there's certainty around what they're doing, that they can park in structures or in surface lots that are more reasonable given where they're coming from. You see all of these independent lots that are effectively north of the ballpark, much more reasonable for somebody to park in that area if they're coming from Marin County, as an example, or from most of San Francisco, frankly, than the southern lots. And so that's where our focus is, customer satisfaction as we enter into this new era of real estate development, and much less so on the revenue we're generating from this piece of our business. And this kind of sums everything up in terms of what the demand and the supply look like. That left-hand side bar, that's 2019 demand. Again, we're thinking about that as being 2020 demand as well. And you can see, exclusive of that top gray bar, that is third-party demand. Everything below that are our customers or staff. And that's where you get the 2,400 or so in demand. On top of that are other parking demand factors that occur. That get you almost to 6,000 spots that are necessary for a given game. 2019, the middle bar you see has that orange block that we will no longer have access to. And so that's the only difference between the next two bars, 2019 and 2020 supply. But once you add in third-party opportunities for us, even if you only focus on what's available within a half mile or a mile, you see a much better picture of what we're able to support. I should mention also that this is all occurring in a really holistic effort in general, in that we are still aiming to communicate with people about other options beyond driving. We're being much more strategic about our ride-hail strategies and where Uber and Lyft can pick up, and making that process much easier. We're continuing to support bicycle parking and that kind of thing. and we're communicating very clearly to our customers who are driving where there are opportunities and what they should be thinking about. So as we move ahead to the coming year and the baseball season actually beginning, the things that we're thinking about are how we continue to incorporate data that we haven't previously had in our system. So Park Jockey, again, is where we can see scan data. We do get scan data from Park Jockey that integrates directly into tickets.com for inventory that is purchased directly from us through tickets.com and in advance. But what we don't get scan data for are day of game parking by credit card or cash. So that'll be incorporated. We had hoped to do so by API. They don't actually have one available for us right now, so we've set up an FTP site whereby they're dropping files on a daily basis, and that'll give us not real time, but at least after the fact information that we can share and assess. Again, what we talked about with Spot Hero, that's going to give us much better visibility on the purchase and pre-reservation side beyond what we're able to see through tickets.com and Park Jockey. We're going to continue to do research. We've done a lot of that in terms of surveying our customers. What's the level of satisfaction? Is the transportation mode split changing over time? Are we being effective in our communication strategies and the directions in which we're trying to push people? And also surveying our staff, not just front office staff, but our day of game staff relies heavily on our parking resources as well. Predictive analytics, we do a lot of this already on the ticketing side, so it's an obvious extension to do it on the parking side. As we get more and more data and can understand what's occurring from pre-purchase realities relative to how a game ultimately performs, we'll be able to do a much better job of predicting outcomes and providing expectations to our parking operations people, and also to be able to communicate, this space is sold out a week out. How do we communicate to individuals who own game tickets and do so in a targeted way? So one message goes to people who live in Marin County, and another might go to people who live in the South Bay and try to explain to them what the current state is and where they might have a better approach and success in terms of finding parking resource. And reporting, that goes without saying, is an area of focus where we're going to surface purchase, reservation, usage data, and make sure that internally we're all on the same page about how we're approaching this. Again, this Mission Bay project is one that's going to occur in 4 phases, and phase 1 does not include the construction of a parking structure. If you were a group of season ticket members of the Giants, all hands would be up asking why, so I'm glad that you're not, and I don't have to answer that question. It is in phase 2, and so it's not until the end of phase 2 that we're going to have a new resource to dedicate to. So we have 5 or 7 years we're anticipating where parking will continue to become more constrained. And oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody in the room has previously been in a situation where part of a development project was related to creating a parking structure, but it's incredibly expensive to develop on a per space basis. And so if we have the ability to change behavior and do a better job leveraging non-Giants controlled inventory, and ultimately don't have to develop a parking structure quite of the same size, that would be a great result for us as well and save us significant dollars. So that's basically the presentation. We invite all of you to come out and see us again in 2020, but if you do, we wouldn't mind if you walked from a hotel nearby. That would be beneficial, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yes? Yes? Incentivize what? Oh, yes. Yeah, so the second part of that first, we do have charging spots already in our current lot, although with the development that's begun in the early part of this year, those spots have been removed temporarily, and we're currently in conversation with the port and the city to figure out where to relocate those. The second part of the question, and I failed to mention it, I meant to, we are certainly engaged heavily with all local transit authorities, not just within San Francisco. One example of success in that space, Caltrain, which services the peninsula and the South Bay, a couple of years ago had stopped running express trains after our night games. which was taking people a lot longer to get home, or they were leaving in like the 6th inning to catch an express train. And through some negotiation, we were able to get them to add that back in during 2019. One interesting thing, it's not what we did, but just an example of where a team can work with a transit agency. The Golden State Warriors don't have a lot of parking resources around their arena. And much of their focus and communication as they opened the arena was around transportation. And they actually work with San Francisco Muni, which is the public transit agency in the city. And anybody who holds a ticket to any event at Chase Center can travel for free on Muni. So there are instances where, and they're of course reimbursing the transit agency, but there are instances of some success stories in that space. The reality though is, in baseball, for the Giants, we have an older fan demographic, especially among our season ticket members, many of whom are not traveling from San Francisco. And for whom many driving is the most reasonable option, even though we encourage other opportunities. Any other questions? Yes, sir? Our research in that space is a little sketchy. I think it's more anecdotal than anything else, and we don't feel that it's terribly influenced by pricing. We hear a lot of griping, certainly. The local spots around our ballpark operate in a very dynamic way relative to how they price. And on opening day, we sometimes see parking prices of $80 to $100. And we hear about that, obviously, but very often people that are subjected to those prices have already made the decision to drive and are sort of stuck. But it is a reality. I mean, one of the things that baseball is focused on right now is that we're getting a lot of feedback that for middle-class families, baseball is viewed as too expensive. And it's really not about the tickets. Because compared to other sports, our tickets for a lot of games are pretty reasonable. Parking and concessions, though, and that entire experience are a big factor. Yes?
Have you guys looked into partnering with rideshare companies as a way to get fans to the stadium without having to provide parking for them?
We do have a partnership relationship, and we have over the years with a couple of rideshare companies. We have one right now, and we do talk with them about potential solutions, inclusive of perhaps some ticket offers that might include credit. But quite frankly, it's not necessarily our number one strategic goal. There is a lot of congestion around the ballpark, and whether someone's driving themselves or being driven to the park doesn't really relieve that. And so we'd prefer public transit or biking or walking where possible, but it's definitely part of the comprehensive plan, and we are taking a very strategic approach in collaboration with those partners, even if they're not a sponsorship partner, with regard to more appropriate locations for drop-off and pickup, and making better sense of how traffic circulates around the ballpark. Looks like we have 1 or 2 minutes left. Yes, sir?
So as younger generations get older,
Yes.
typically right now we're seeing a lot of people getting away from auto ownership. As your fan-based demographic preferences change, how do you think that will change the shape of your demand for parking?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, as a sport, again, we're having a difficult time and thinking a lot about how we attract the younger fan base. So much of our efforts in terms of customer acquisition are concentrated in that area. And in the here and now, before they age into perhaps driving more often, that would be a good shift for us, because a lot of those fans are probably more closely located either by way of their employment or where they live to the ballpark, and maybe have more flexibility to take other modes of transportation. But all of those questions about shifting demand are going to have to be evaluated in the context of how this development project works, what else we're seeing in terms of mode split, and where we really think we are with regard to a parking structure and what makes sense. But it's a good question that we have to evaluate. I think we have time for perhaps one more.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, thanks. Oh, there's one more. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes. So just to be clear, 2 points really quickly. The season ticket holders still have the option to buy full season packages, which you may have understood already. And the second is they have up until 24 hours to purchase. They can purchase for an August game now. I think we're going to learn as we go on what demand is expected to be based on early activity and be able to anticipate a lot better. But we're not currently spending a lot of time worrying about excess supply, to be honest with you. So we think that if we find that that's the case, we can shift people back into Giants-controlled lots if that's an outcome that results. Well, thanks everybody for your time. Appreciate your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.